हा, आता त्या मॅडम फक्त येणार आहे आणि युट्यूबचंही केलंय ना, माझा आवाज येतोय?
देवकर सर, माझा आवाज येतो व्यवस्थित?
हा, येतोय मॅडम, येतोय.
हा, ओके मॅम.
माझाही येतोय ना?
हो मॅम.
ओके.
हॅलो
हॅलो, प्रकाश सर जॉईन झाले का? हा, जॉईन झाले. आवाज ऐकू येते सर?
हा, येतोय मॅडम, येतोय.
हा हा, युट्यूबला दिसतो. ओके,
त्यांना दिसतात.
मॅडम नमस्कार. तुमचं म्यूट आहे मॅडम.
नाही, नमस्कार. आता म्यूट केलं होतं कारण युट्यूब ते
माझ्याकडे थोडंसं प्रॉब्लेम
झालं. ओके. हा, व्हिडिओ जॉईन झाला. हा, ओके.
हॅलो, गुड मॉर्निंग.
गुड मॉर्निंग. एक 5 मिनिटातच सुरू करूया आपण.
हो, चालेल, नक्की मी आहे इथं.
वीणा मॅडम नमस्कार.
नमस्कार, काय म्हणताय?
मॅडम कसे आहात तुम्ही?
मी मस्त. ओके, चालेल. बरं आलं, त्या निमित्ताने भेट होते ना.
भेट झाली.
ऑनलाईन भेट होते ना, तर होत नाही ते. चांगलंय.
ओके, एक 5 मिनिट सुरू करू.
हा, काही हरकत नाहीये. आणि इनॉग्रेशन नंतर आहे ना?
नंतर
12
आहे.
ते 1 वाजता.
हो, 1 ते 1 वाजता आहे, कारण काही
थँक्यू
प्रॉब्लेम
आणि एवढं केल्याबद्दल. कारण मला सध्या 4 वाजता ते असल्यामुळे, काम असल्यामुळे मला ते जमलं नाही ना. तर मी म्हणजे प्रिफर केलं असतं की इनॉग्रेशन नंतर बोलावं. पण
आमच्या मॅडम थोड्याशा व्हाईस चान्सलर.
हा, बरोबर. हो, बरोबर. काही इश्यू चालेल.
आणि आपली लाईव्ह स्ट्रीम युट्यूब वरून चालू.
ओके. युट्यूब मध्ये
थोड्या
आहे.
वेळ. हा,
चालेल, काहीच हरकत नाही. ओके. मग हे करू का?
हा, एक 5 मिनिटं थोडा म्यूट.
चालेल, ओके.
बरोबर 12 वाजता सुरू करू. एक 2-3 मिनिटं.
बरं.
Shall we start, Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am?
Yes, sure.
Welcome all dignitaries and participants for one-day international online seminar organized by Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, School of Social Sciences, Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Maharashtra, India. This webinar devoted to the theme Recent Trends and Multidisciplinary Approach in Archaeology. Due to very important meeting of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, we are going to conduct inaugural ceremony after this first session. So for the first session, we have with us Chairman of the session, Head of the Economics Department, Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, respected Dr. Prakash Vankede, sir. Our guest, respected Dr. Veena Mushrif Tripathi, Anthropologist, Assistant Professor, Department of Archaeology, Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. Head of the Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology Department, Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, respected Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am, and respected Dr. Prabhakar Kolekar, sir, Assistant Professor, Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology Department, Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University. Our faculty members, Daneshwari Hazare, ma'am, and Dr. Sadashiv Devkar, sir. I welcome all the dignitaries once again. Firstly, I request respected Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am, for welcome speech.
Yes, thank you, Tejaswini. Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Dr. Maya Patil, heading the Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, School of Social Sciences, Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. It has my great pleasure to welcome you all in the one-day international seminar on recent trends and multidisciplinary approach in archaeology. Today, we are eager to hear the research of great scholars like Dr. Revan Vikram Singh from Sri Lanka, Muhammad Amin Imami, and Nasir Eskadan from Iran, Professor Vasan Shinde and Dr. Veena Mushrif Tripathi from India. For some unavoidable circumstances, we had to make some changes in the program. Our inaugural ceremony will be after one special session. In our first session, Dr. Veena Mushrif Tripathi, Assistant Professor of Anthropology, going to present on Anthropology for Archaeology. This session will be chaired by Dr. Prakash Vankede from School of Social Sciences. Dr. Veena helps us a lot in our various excavation, Narked, where we reveal one skeleton remain. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Tejaswini, you are mute. Tejaswini, please unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am. Now I request Daneshwari Hazare, ma'am, to give introduction of the eminent resource person.
Good afternoon to all, respected faculty members and research scholars. It is my privilege to introduce today's our chief guest speaker in the one-day international online seminar on the recent trends and multidisciplinary approach in archaeology. Our guest, who is very well known in the field of archaeology, academics, as well as in research. She is anthropologist Dr. Veena Tripathi, ma'am. At present, she is working as assistant professor at the Department of Archaeology, Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. She has vast experience to her credit. She is having 12 years teaching experience and 20 years research experience. She published more than 100 articles. She has guided MA, MPhil, PhD students. Also, she has completed 7 research projects and 3 projects are ongoing. She delivered 15 special lectures in the national and international seminar in the Germany, UK, South Korea, Thailand, and Sri Lanka. Also, she has presented papers in national and international seminars. International journals, also she has 28 papers. She examined human skeletal remains and developmental human behaviors in various parts of Indian subcontinent. Ma'am, your presence will make a lot of difference, and it is our privilege to have you as a guest speaker for today's special session. Welcome and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Naneshwari Hazare ma'am. Now I request respected Dr. Veena Mushik Tripathi ma'am to deliver her special lecture on anthropology for archaeology, general introduction.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm thankful to Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am, and Solapur University for inviting for this lecture. This is, I think, the first time I'm getting connected like in this way with Solapur University. And as ma'am said that in Archid excavation, she found skeleton, and it was really interesting to see that to analyze those skeletal material. We are hoping to publish it soon. So we are having some final results. So, but we are going to surely publish it. So as everybody knows that my specialization is in human skeletal remains excavated from archaeological site. So I will share my screen with you for my presentation, and then we can discuss a bit about it. Is it my screen is
Yeah.
visible?
It is visible. Yes.
Okay. So as you can see, it is going to be a general introduction because as such, this field is very vast, and there are so many things we are still to know and still to apply on in archaeological skeletons. But it's how we can actually use human skeletal remains to understand the past society, past culture. So my presentation is divided into these four perspective, like brief history of the subject, because we have to know how it started and how it is now in the present context. Then what are the skeletal findings from Indian scenario, and what is right now it is happening, and what could be in future we can do for development of this particular subject. So when we talk about the skeletal remains, generally it starts with, we get human skeletal remains from Mesolithic onwards, but mainly it happens when we talk about early agro-pastoral communities and this Harappan culture where, and these burials not just talks about it's a physical aspect, but even from the cultural aspect also, how the people you behave with the dead and death in general. And then you can understand a lot of things through these skeletal remains. But the problem with it is, like, it is a fragmentary material or fragmentary nature. Not everything is possible to reconstruct, but it is really a worth trying discipline. So this is to show you, like, these are the general areas where you are finding the human skeletal. We'll be dealing each culture from separately, but this is like megalithic. Then you are having megalithic here. Then agro-pastoral communities from Maharashtra. Then you are having the Harappans and other things, and Mesolithic population here. So all those things you can see in this map. So when we start looking at the development, we can start with the British, when the Britishers came, and then when they started looking at, and when they started actually seeing the culture and excavating, maybe beginning of the things they started excavating. And the main excavation, when everybody knows, like around 1920s, like Harappan site was excavated, and in that the main anthropological work was concerned about the racial classification of the skeleton. What is the foreign element, what we can see, so that we can have the theories of the Aryan invasion or other theories which prove that someone came from outside and kind of pushed these particular population in the south. So these are mainly the trying to understand the racial classification of the population. Later in 1960s and 1980s, you are having people, the scholars started asking asking questions to this particular cranial metric data. Cranial metric means the measurement of the skull. So whether the skulls can tell you the foreign element, because not just the shape and the size of the crania can change according to the culture in which you are living. So why certain changes underwent was needed to be answered. So the ideas of migration, diffusion, invasion, all those things came under the criticism, because it is not the only way to understand these kind of innovation, or if it is there. And so they started under questioning these particular data. So this particular period also witnessed use of sociological or ethnographic. So when we start about the multidisciplinary approach within the archaeology or within this anthropology, so this medical aspect for interpretation of the skeletal studies. So when you are finding skeleton, you don't just understand the race in which it belongs, but you have to understand what are the sociological or what kind of other medical aspect for this skeletal collection. So around 1980s, the studies of human remains became integral part of the archaeology. Earlier, they used to only use as an appendix, like only the crania, that to complete crania, adult crania was considered for the worth to publishing or worth to acknowledge. But later on, the entire human skeletal remains were considered for studies. So the methodological development happened in archaeology and anthropology, and they are all complementing each other continuously. And then the interdisciplinary approach for better understanding about this population, and not only just the metric or the measurement of the skulls, but also the morphological features also were started considering for the analysis. So this was happening. So after 1980s, the skeletal biology or osteoarchaeology was regarded as a subdiscipline. So it had their own what you can say name for it, or it had its own place exactly with him. So the studies on skeletal as well as the living population, like ethnographic, when we go for understanding the ethnographic analysis or anything, so we need to have some line of references. So when we study the living population, then we also get some information or inputs to understand the skeletal population. So the adaptation, growth, nutrition, and their impact on the skeletal elements, how it is having impact, or how it is changing the kind of morphology or size and shape of the crania, or the overall the skeletal elements. And then the tool of culture for understanding the biological process. So because we cannot isolate human beings as a one isolate, we have to consider them from the cultural point of view. So the culture plays a very important role to shaping the size and shaping the humans. So the biocultural aspect is like how the biological and cultural inputs make us what we are today. Then during this time, one of the best thing what happened for the discipline is the subadult became the part of the studies also. So as I told earlier, that only the adult crania or adult individuals were considered for studying for the analysis. But later on in 1980s onwards, you are having the subadult also. So automatically the size of the skeletal sample became big. Like for example, Inamgaon, everybody is aware of Inamgaon. So Inamgaon, if we there are around 60% skeletal collection is from the subadult category. So if you see that if you would have just took 40%, our understanding about the population of Inamgaon would have been very limited. But if you put the subadult, so our understanding of these people increases. So then you are having the tool of paleopathology, how the ancient diseases, how the evolution of diseases happened, what kind of diseases were or was experienced by the earlier population. So all those things came into existence. The ancient DNA tool, it's still in the development stage from Indian context, because DNA preservation is not possible in the climate which we live. So it's very difficult to survive well of DNA. So these are the main people who actually helped in development of the subject, like Professor Iravati Karve, you are aware of it. Then Kennedy and Lucas, Kennedy studied the skeletal collection from India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, South Asia mainly. Then the same thing with Professor Lucas and Professor Walimbe also. They are contemporary with, and they work together with so many collections. And Professor Walimbe was the person who actually established the lab in Deccan College in 1980s. And fortunately enough that I am continuing in the same position what Professor Walimbe was there. And it is a great honor. So, so this is what, and our Lucas student went, and Walimbe sir student, we are also having project. So it's like a generation of people are working in this, and they are trying to develop the subject in India. When we talk about the fossil collections from India, we are only having one area or one locality in Narmada Hatnora where you are having the human remains, like which is around 40,000 to 50,000 years old. That is a Hatnora skull and few one humerus, one clavicle, and few bones. They represent these time bracket in India. Otherwise, we do not have much skeletal collection from India related to that date. Then we are having the hunting gathering Mesolithic population, which are like semi-permanent settlement, which are the hunter-gatherers. And we are having, this is a very large period, if you can see, like from 10,000 BP to 2,500 BC. So like the 10,000 BP, around 8,000 BC, you are having the early Mesolithic population where you are having this Saraina, Rahi, Mahadaha, Damdama. These are the places you get the skeleton. Then the 2,500 BC, those Mesolithic, they are contemporary with the Harappans and early agro-pastoral communities. So important sites with the early, like Batadomalena, Belilena, Belan Beli Palasa, or Fahian. Fahian is much earlier, like it gives the time frame around 35,000. That is from the Sri Lanka. From Indian point of view, we are having Saraina, Rai, Mahada, then the Bhimbetka, Bagor, Langana. These are the Mesolithic population. And these are the sites, what you see here. Like your main earliest Mesolithic population you can see here, the later on they are spread again in this, but not much is seen in the southern part. So these are the skeletal, how they find. So at one pit, you are finding 3 individuals buried. At one place, you are finding Mahadaha, you are having 2 individuals or 1 individual buried together. Then coming to the next is Neolithic Childhood. This is the time frame when we get lot of skeletal material, like Inamgao, then Inamgao, Nevasa, then you are having Kauthe, and these places, mainly from the Maharashtra, western part of Maharashtra, or the Maharashtra in general, have and they are the earliest evidences of agro-pastoral communities. So they are having the coexistence with the Mesolithic population, and interestingly, they are having habitation come burial sites, like and Balathal, Demabad, Buzahom, these are Ramapuram, these are the important sites. As you can see, there are around 40 skeletals, 40 sites, which gives you evidences of human. But in that, in certain cases, you are having one skeleton, sometimes you are having partial, like in Apegao is one site from Chalcolithic context where you are having just one mandible, not much. So not exactly every site is giving you large number of skeletal remains, but at least you are getting some human skeletal remains representing this culture. So this is a twin urn burial. I think so you are well aware of what is twin urn burial, like mouth to mouth pots are being kept inside that. The child is buried or sub-adult is buried. Because of this particular way of burying the child, such a delicate bones of children are also preserved. This is mainly from Inamgao, where you are having these pot burials or twin urn burials, where sometimes you are having 2, sometimes have a single urn burial, or you have multiple urn burials. So because of this often kind of a thing, the survival of the bone is better in comparison with other. So this is very interesting. I think so. You are well aware of this also. Four-leg jar from Inamgaon side. According to excavator, it is one of the very important person from the site. That is why you are having this unbaked four-leg jar burial. So where you are having the skull. This is a skull. This is a pot. The individual is packed inside the jar, and you are given the offerings with it, along with it. This is a twin burial where you are having a male and female buried together. This is a female skeleton, male skeleton. So female is lying, it's been kept on the top of the male skeleton or the male body. And this is a multiple burial, and you are having the three individuals buried in singular circular peak. This is from the Ramapuram. This is subadult, and this is from the seated burial from Balathal. So this is again represent very different type of a burial practice found in Balathal. This is not just the skeletons, but uh, with the skeleton you get offerings also, like horns, goat horn is there. Then skeleton is also there, buried with the single pot here. So what kind of offerings they were giving to this day? So what was like, as we know that um, death is very important part of the life. So it is recorded in these burials also, because a lot of detailed work sometimes is given for the burial. So this represent that the people were very conscious. The people were very much, following certain types of traditions to dispose the dead. Coming to the Harappan culture, so it's a one of the urbanized population what we see, but here we are having few sites where we are giving large number of skeleton like Harappa or Mohenjo-daro. Then you are having Rakhigarhi, Sanoli, Farmana, Lothal, Kalibangan. So all those things. But interestingly, not everyone was buried here. There are several ways of disposing of the dead, because if you consider such a large cities and few burials, even though Harappa has around 220 burials, or maybe they might have some more burials also, but which indicates that and you find a lot of variation between the burial system also, burial types also. It means that particular group of people were following particular type of burial practices. So this is very much seen in this Bronze Age Harappans. So this is the site where different. This is a map where you can see this Harappan sites like Lothal. Then you are having Hulavira, Surkothada here. Then you are having Harappa here, Kalibanga. So all these places having skeletal collection. This is from the extended burial from Harappa. So north is this side, and with that you are having the pots. This is from Farmana. There are few pots near the head of the individual. This is twin burial from the Lothal, where two individuals are buried. And here you can see in Rakhigarhi, this was excavated by Amindranath in 2000s, year 2000. So you can see there are so many burials, so many pots are buried along with this particular skeleton. Then coming to the Iron Age megalithic culture, so you are having like 1000 BC to 100 BC, like that is a big huge. So you are having very few habitation sites, and more number of burial sites, and you are having variety of tools, weapons, and coexistence with the Mesolithic and Neolithic Childhood. So mainly you are having this pastoral communities or agro-pastoral communities, mainly what we see. These are the represents this megalithic culture. And important sites are like Kodumanal, Mahurzari, Adityanallur. All these sites gives evidences of Iron Age population. As you can see here, there are like 59. So this was compiled, this particular data was compiled in some 5 years back. Now might have increased somewhere around 65 or so the sites representing the skeletal collection from Iron Age culture. But there are many sites which gives very fragmented bones, or sometimes and most of the time cremated bones. So after cremation, like they used to collect the bones in and they used to put in the pot and bury that particular pot. So we get generally these kind of secondary context burials or the pots from the megalithic monuments. So or the Iron Age context. So not necessarily only the number matters, but what kind of material we get is also important. So as I was talking to you, these are how poorly preserved. So this is from the Mahurzari, and you can see these are the boulder, typical crane circle from Mahurzari, and it has been filled with the pebble. So this way. So this is like several secondary burials were found, and these are like warping marks, or which indicates that it is cremated bones. Our green condition means basically we are talking about cremation. Then these are the cyst burials from Kodumanal, where you are having the cyst slabs, and inside that you are having skeleton buried. So it kind of again creates a kind of a coffin-like feature, and inside that you keep the body. Sometimes because of this, it is good preserved conditions can be seen, but most of the time they are also damaged because the soil is not very good for the preserving the skeletons. So this is again from the Kodumana, but this is from the Iron Age context, not from the megalithic context. Again, you have two different types of cultural contexts. Early historic, medieval, historic. So it's a big period, because after 600 BC, you are having cremation as a main disposal of the dead. So very few sites give evidences of the burials. And when we talk about from the medieval context, you are having certain populations preferring for burial practices. So that's why our limitation is of the data seen in the medieval or early historic point of view. So on the historic time frame, we are not getting good evidences which represents these populations. And these are the sites, around 40 sites where the skeletons were found, and if you can see, they are from all over places. There is no concentration, like mainly from the 18th century AD. You are having some burials from Nagaland, and then you are having the Assam, Moidam. There is one. Then there is Uttarakhand and Delhi, near Delhi. So very few, very sparse. Then this is Sanjan. Then this is Balupur, is in West Bengal. So very few sites, or Padri, you can say. These are the sites when you get the evidences. Then this is interesting site from Rupur. I think so you might have known about this. This is the first time we could identify the ancient DNA, and Sanjan also, one site. So here, this is a glacial lake, and around 5,029 meters above Uttaranchal. And this is very interesting because most of the time this lake is frozen, and only for 3-4 months it opens, and in the surrounding you get a lot of skeleton, and as it is from the high altitude and very cold area, so you get tissues also preserved along with the body. Okay, and these sites has been, there are a lot of theories about why these many, because there are more than 200, more than 100 skeletons are preserved, all along the places. So nobody knows exact how many individuals represent there, but there are more than 100. So these kind of evidences are interesting. Then this is a site called Dakhma, Sanjan, where the Parsi Dakhma, this is the first time in Indian history we can identify this particular population, skeletal population, to one particular people like Parsis, because the Parsis has a different type of disposing of their dead. So here, as you can see, there is a tower of silence where they put the body in that platform above the ground, and then after some days they kind of brush whatever is remained in the central well. So this is the central well we excavated in 2003 and 4, and we excavated more than 3,000 teeth were found, around 134 skulls were found from this particular Dakma. And then you are having this cemetery very close to the Dakma in Sanjan only, which is known as a Polikhadi. Here you can see there are 6 skeletons found, and they have very typical. So when we compare the population of Polikhadi with Sanjan Dakma, we could identify certain differences because they belong into the certain different population altogether. So this is really interesting in archaeological point of view. Like 2 different populations are representing at that particular place. Then this is from Nagaland, the type of. Then this is from West Bengal. This is from Kottapuram in Kerala. So you are having the skeleton. So here pot burial, but this is again from the medieval time frame. It is not early. This is from Balupur in West Bengal. So you can see there are skeletons in the one particular particular way they have been buried. So you are having children also, you are having adults also. And we could not excavate the entire cemetery, but we could excavate and we got 13 individuals from this site. When you come to the paleopathology, I think so I have a time. Paleopathology is very interesting field to work on. Like there are different for our own purpose. We have differentiated like infection disease, traumatic lesions, or joint disease, or stress factor, metabolic disorders, or neoplastic or new bone growth, or dental disease. All those things can be seen from paleopathological point of view. So it is basically understanding the evolution of diseases, how these diseases can tell us certain stories about these population. And basically the bones get affected at the when and only the problem is persistent and problem is chronic. Because it is a last unit to get affected. First your skin, then the muscles and tissues, another thing, other than the traumas, like extreme traumas like cutting or accidents or something like that. But if you talk about from infection point of view, another thing, so your first is your skin or tissues, and then if it is remains chronological, then it reflects on the bones. And there is that is why it is also problematic to study, because bone has a very few ways to show their problem. So you have to understand those indicators. So this is known as a pseudo paleopathology or pseudo pathology. So as you can see here, it looks like some kind of a bone damage due to pathology or disease, but basically it shows that the root has penetrated inside, and through that you are having these kind of a damaging of bones. Then this is a nail marks of porcupine. So this was this particular bone, and this is a tooth mark of porcupine again. So this particular evidences come from Nagaland, where the pot burials were there, and according to the excavator, he found that the porcupines occupies that area and they chew on the bone. So that is why you get these kind of markers, and which feels like it might have resulted the pathology. Or so these are the warping marks, as I told you, like cremation. Then congenital means the pathologies which are by birth or during the hormonal, during the development of one particular, during the development of fetus. So because of certain issues, it has a different result. So that is why you are having these come like spina bifida. Okay, so bone is not fused. Generally, it is from the sacrum, or this is slave palate. There is no bone in the palate or in the maxilla. Then the Staffner defect or the trigonocephaly. This is from Inamgaon. So this is because every suture, like our skull is with different sutures. So where the joints are done. So there is a kind of a chronological, say like which suture joins to which. So in that way, there is this what you can say, wrongly following the order, there is a like a triangular or a triangle shape of this frontal. So it is known as a trigonocephaly. Then infection disease are because of certain infection. The body is like manifest. The disease include abnormal bone formation, abnormal bone destructions, size, and abnormal shape. So this is how. And there are two types of infection basically, which is known as a non-specific infection, which means very difficult to diagnose why this particular infection is there. We can identify there is an infection, but we cannot identify why it is there and what is the reason behind it. And there are like certain like specific infection, which where we know that this is because of this particular pathology or this particular disease, like leprosy, tuberculosis, trichomonas infection, all those where we can identify that. So here you can see this is non-specific. We know that there is some issue. This is again, you can see it's a child where full of porosity. You can see we can identify this child was suffering from certain disease, a very strong disease, and that is why it was dead. The child was dead, but we cannot pinpoint what was the reason behind it. But here we can identify this is from the trichomonas infection or the sexually transferred diseases we can identify on one skull. And this is from the leprosy, which is this particular case is from Balatal. And here this is the from India. This has been inferred by so many scholars in the world, because this is the first time around 2,000-year-old specimen gave the evidences of leprosy. Then the trauma is extreme condition where you can bone is damaged, so the anatomical importance of socio-cultural implication of trauma is in the antiquity long have been recognized, and the description of trauma in human skeletal remains and identification and comparison of trauma pattern amongst ancient population therefore have a lengthy history. So it is easier to locate. So you are having so many so many literature available for the trauma analysis. So here you can see this is from the what you can say the arm radius ulna, where the heel fracture can be seen on the radius ulna. Here again the heel fracture can be seen in the tibia. So it shows that the tibia was broken, the lower leg was broken, and it got kind of fused because bone has a tendency to grow. Okay, once the living bone come in close contact with each other, they grow cells and they fuse. So it shows this is very interesting because the length of one leg might have compromised because the joint is not properly done. It is overlapping. So the length is reduced for the leg. So probably that particular individual had some issues walking and must be limping. So this is again a joint issues with the tibia and fibula where you are having the fractures and there is a bone development there. This is from the Rukund, what you just a few slides back, the skeletal leg. Here you can see that this particular trauma is because of the there is one theory which has been provided that the hailstorm came and the cricket ball size hail was kind of fall down and because of that kind of injury the person was injured and died eventually. So this is what one of the explanation and how it looks, this particular trauma and the skull. Then the joint disease is very well known since long time because mainly it happens to the old individual and you are having a different types of lesions because of that. So here what you see is the pelvic acetabulum and the head, and here you can see the knee joint. The knee joint is like that the old people, they have the arthritis issues or the spondylitis issues, okay, because as I told you, like if the bone is alive and then it comes, then they form. So in every joint there is a cartilaginous disc in our body or animals. So when they start degenerating, the bone starts coming closer and you are having the new bone formation there. And because of that, the body becomes stiff. It's very difficult and painful to move your body. So all those things are important to notice in the skeleton. Then the metabolic disorder is like when the normal cell development it's stopped because of infection, some kind of a some kind of nutritional deficiencies and other thing, then these kind of metabolic disorders happens. So this is like the iron deficiency anemia. So if some anemic conditions are there, then you can have these kind of porosity on your skull, or this is known as a cribra orbitalia on your orbit or on your the roof of the orbit. So these are the indicators of some kind of a deficiency. So this is again this is from the mandible. There is a known as a bleeding gum or vitamin C deficiency or scurvy. So this kind of lesions can be seen on the bones. This is localized enamel hypoplasia, not only on the bones here like the Harris line or enamel. Enamel is the white portion what we see on our teeth, dentition. So the normal cell growth is stopped, and then after the recovery, again it's restarts. So this kind of depression is known as a enamel hypoplasia or localized enamel hypoplasia. This is one indicator. Then the stress factor or habitual stress markers, what we call is when you are using your body repeatedly at for long time, then you can have the habitual stress markers. This is a maxillary sinusitis or the infection to the upper maxilla. So when you inhale impure air, okay, in case of you related to your cooking food or or different types of like these kind of iron smelting or brick making or related to agriculture, where you are continuously inhaling these dirty, not exactly dirty, the impure or particles which are there and inhaling. So you have this kind of a infection on the maxillary floor. Then these kind of activities which results in the like earlier they used to grind grains in this using this stone mortar. So basically doing that every time, every day for some time. So zata, everybody knows about it, zata. So you are having the zatevarchi gani. This it means ki while doing this kind of strenuous activity, there is some entertainment for you. So all those things you can, or it's a monotonous job. So जात्यावरची गाणी गात गात ती लोक करायची, तर त्याच्यामुळे you are having these kind of bone changes on the clavicle, this joint here, or the collarbone joint, or these kind of strenuous activity or agriculture activity can result into bone modification. Then the neoplastic growth is when you are having the new bone formation. For example, okay, I don't have the photo. Okay, here, I don't know. Okay, so basically we are talking about new bone formation processes, like where you are having extra bone growth in the body, in the bone. Then there is a dental diseases, different types of dental diseases, including like tartar accumulation. It shows that oral hygienic practices, like if you are not brushing your teeth properly, if you are not washing your mouth properly, so the food gets stick to it and it becomes kind of a hard cement, and that is why it is also known as cementum. So tartar accumulation is that, and if it interestingly, if you do the chemical analysis of this tartar, then you can identify individual dye. Okay, so it is really interesting from archaeological point of view. Then dental wear, types of dental wear, or how we are using these dental wear. Also, we can use it for age estimation. The kind of food they used to, if they are eating very hard food, then there is a dental chipping happens. And if you are using, if it is old age, so you can have like, this is the enamel is completely gone, only the dentine is present. So on these basis we can identify. Then dental fluorosis here, like if you are having the fluorine content in water, then you can have these kind of a discoloration of on teeth. Then this is it carries infection. When there is a food stuck inside your teeth, then the infection starts here, and these are the pus cavities. Okay, because of the infection, there is a pus creation, and to kind of drain out that pus, you get these kind of holes. So this is also periodontal disease or abscess, which is the actually pus draining cavities on both. Then this is known as an antemortem tooth loss. Means the two teeth are already been fallen before the death. Okay, so old people, you see that they are just chewing with the bone only. That's why we have to give them soft food. Then this is again a very controversial dental surgery kind of evidences. Then long neck Karen, this is interesting tribe from Thailand, and you can see this is a normal X-ray. This looks like they have a long neck because from childhood they starts putting the neck rings, brass rings around their neck. So it feels like the neck has been elongated. This is a normal X-ray, normal person's X-ray, and this is the X-ray of that long neck Karen. Here, what you see, the shoulder has gone down, the clavicle has gone down because of this is somewhere around 4 to 5 kg rings are there, and they live with it, and people pay to take photos with them and so they are always dressed up. So you have to go to village and then to see them, and they're being charged. So this is kind of things what we can identify. Then the post-mortem working on the bones, this was found in Uttar Pradesh. These are known as a pencil sharpened bones in literature. Then what are the areas we work on actually? So the establishing the consultancy panel or having basically it requires a lot of work to be done. It's still in a kind of a beginning stages, if you see. So this needs to be considered. What new things we are doing is like we found this particular trauma in 2011. We published a paper on the traumas and how we can identify the socio-cultural cultural aspect using the skeleton as a base evidence. Or again, the same thing, we try to identify the different diseases in the Harappan civilization and how we can identify the cultural process through that. This is what I told you about the leprosy paper which has been most cited paper till now. And then this is published with the isotope markers, and we could identify the migratory patterns using the isotopes like strontium and lead. Then we are having collaborations with CCMB, Harvard for DNA analysis, and we have successfully published paper on Rupkund and Sanjan, which tells us very interesting story. We can tell you. So this is what the Sanjan Parsi population. So it says that the Parsi population is an endogamous group and they do not mix or they don't have relationship with the other population, but through DNA and through dental morphology, we could identify that they had some admixture, sex-specific admixture, like female gene flow from South Asian to the Parsis. So they have had admixture with the South Asian population. Then this is a stature estimation evaluation we did on the DEXA scan, dual energy X-ray absorptiometry, and through that we developed the stature estimation for Indian population, because earlier they used to we are using this the stature estimation based on the white population. Then this is here we identified the body mass index from the skeletal and DEXA DEXA scan. Then what are the new areas we would like to go ahead? Like the weaning age. Weaning age means when the after the birth, when the child starts taking first outside food, because till certain time, maybe during say 6 months to 1 year, the child is completely dependent on mother. And once it's the shift happens, like it start eating solid food, there is a lot of health implications of it, like they fall sick, or they are having nutritional deficiency and other thing. And you are having the multiple marriages and multiple pregnancies in, like the here in the photo you can see that the woman is carrying a baby around say 1.5 year old, and she's pregnant. So early marriages, the problems of early marriages, having repetitive pregnancies and other thing have a lot of implication on the woman's body and the child also. So how they are related and how we can identify these kind of changes. Then this is a microwear analysis. One of my PhD students, she did, and we got really interesting results on this microwear analysis. Then this is like body positioning, how we can use it, how we can reconstruct the body, how it was laid during the burial. So as I was talking to you by Inaugural, like this is how the male. So on this we identify how it has been. So it is a one-time event, what we understood. Then the ethnography of different types of occupation stress markers and other thing, what we have to work on to understand what are the implications of these occupations on our body. Then our literature is really interesting because it provides a lot of stories, like some people suffering from something, and then the remedies are being given, like Atharva Veda or Ayurveda or Puranas or Samhitas. So all those things are directly or indirectly tell us about the diseases and what are the remedies for it. So we need to extract that information and try to understand its validity and how we can understand more about diseases what we are seeing on these patients. So we are having these kind of new evidences like isotope or prehistoric isotope analysis, then creating a kind of these kind of information, like we don't have any inventory till now other than 1 or 2 articles where we know like this particular collection is there and how many adults are there, what are our collection, basically what are our evidences from Indian subcontinent related to human skeleton. So this needs to be done on the urgent basis before it lost for eternity. And these are how I have creating since long. We are still doing it, and hopefully we'll be continuing to do it. So thank you very much for listening to me patiently. And thank you. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay. Shall we proceed, Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am?
Yes, Tejaswini, yes.
Thank you, respected Dr. Veera Mushrif Tripathi, ma'am, for detailed presentation on present topic. She highlighted the brief history, some skeletal finding, present scenario, and future perspective of anthropology. Once again, thank you for enlightening us on this particular topic. I request Chairman of this session, respected Dr. Prakash Wankhede, sir, to give his comments.
Thank you, Tejaswini. And also, I want to thanks to Dr. Maya Patil, madam, giving me an opportunity to share this session. And there is disclaimer from my side. I am from economics background, and very little know about this archaeology, because we have the privilege, we have the School of Social Sciences. Under that, we have archaeological department. And because of that, we got to know what is archaeology and what things are going to be done in the archaeology. We have visited so many sites that is excavated by our department, that is carried out by Patil madam. And because of that, we know that vertical excavation, what is vertical excavation, what is horizontal excavation, what are the archaeological tools. These are the things we come to know because of this Patil madam. And the lecture that is given by the Musrif ma'am, that is so enlightened lecture she has given. The anthropology means how humans are evolved from the ancient period to the present scenario. Madam have covered so many topics that is started. She has started from history, how there is the things in the history that is earlier period. Then Madam has given the explanation about the skeletal findings. Then what are the present scenario and what future perspective will be there. Very quite what we can say enlightened lecture has been delivered by the Musrif ma'am. And at this note, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wankade sir.
Thank you.
Now I request Naneshwari Hazare ma'am to propose a vote of thanks for this first session.
Thank you, Tejaswini ma'am. Good afternoon once again, everyone. On behalf of our university, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks. I extend my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam for providing immense support. Also, I extend my gratitude to our guest, Dr. Veena Tripathi ma'am, for a very interesting and excellent presentation on anthropology for archaeology, a general introduction with several examples from various sites such as Inamgaon, Balathal, Ramapuram, Harappa, Farmana, Rakhigadi, Lothal, Kodumanal, Rupkund, etc. Ma'am, you have given the account of skeletal remains with their status, behavior. So thank you, ma'am, for very informative and insightful speech. Also, I want to thank our patrons, Professor V.P. Patil sir, Pro VC, Honorable Registrar sir, and all statutory officers for their support. Also, I would like to thank our director, Dr. G.S. Kamble sir, for his moral support and guidance. I would like to thank our beloved HOD ma'am, Dr. Patil ma'am, for their constant effort and support. Also, I want to thank Dr. Kodekar sir and other staff members for organizing this international seminar. Again, I must thank President of today's session, Dr. Prakash Wankade sir, and Dr. Respected Chincholkar sir for his support. Every event requires planning and bird's eye view for details. And we have been fortunate to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues. So thank you so much to all staff members, and special thanks deserves for Mandlik sir for all kind of technical support. I must thank the teaching and non-teaching team for their direct and indirect help. So I would like to thank Tejaswini Kamble ma'am for nice anchoring. Finally, I thank the wonderful students, researchers, and all participants. Thank you, other YouTube participants, for being with us in this international online seminar. With these warm words and kind message, we move to the next session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Naneshwari Hazare ma'am. Shall we go ahead with the inaugural session, Dr. Maya Patil ma'am?
Yes, Tejaswini, sure. Madam,
Okay.
there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
It gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of organizers. We have gathered here through virtual platform for one-day international online seminar organized by Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, School of Social Sciences, Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Maharashtra, India. The pattern of citation and study by the many researchers and techniques used by the archaeologists from wider group of sources demonstrated clearly that archaeology draws upon many different multidisciplinary points. The understanding of human lives through the study of the material remains left from the past. Archaeology has the potential to provide new information on the human past, solidify one's ties to their social or a national heritage, and provide the various means to locations all across the world. And we came up with the theme of today's webinar, Recent Trends and Multidisciplinary Approach in Archaeology. At the inaugural ceremony on this webinar, we have with us President of this inaugural ceremony, Professor Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Punyashloka Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, respected Professor Dr. Gautam Kamble, Director, School of Social Sciences, respected Dr. Maya Patil Ma'am, Head of the Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology Department, our Chief Guest, Dr. Revan Vikram Singh, Director Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, High Commission of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Our esteemed faculty members, respected Dr. Prabhakar Kolekar, respected Dr. Ravindra Chinsolkar, and respected Dr. Prakash Wankhede. I welcome again all the dignitaries on this initiative and informative platform taken by the department. Firstly, I request respected Dr. Maya Patil Ma'am for introductory welcome address.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tejaswini. Dignitaries of today's program, Dr. Revan Vikram Singh, Director, Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, High Commission of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Punyashloka Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Professor Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, Madam, our keynote speaker, Muhammad Imami, Associate Professor of Mineralogy, Department of Conservation of Cultural Properties and Archaeometry, Art University of Isfahan, Iran. Our another guest, Dr. Nasir Eskadan, Assistant Professor, Department of Archaeology, University of Tehran, Iran. Director, School of Social Sciences, Professor G.S. Kamble, sir, Dr. R.V. Chinsolkar, sir, Dr. Prakash Wankhede, Dr. P.N. Kolekar, Daneshwari Hazare, Dr. Devkar, Dr. Astha, all directors, HODs, professors, researchers, students, good afternoon to one and all. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all in the one-day international seminar on recent trends and multidisciplinary approach in archaeology, organized by Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, School of Social Sciences, Punyashloka Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology established in 1998 and it merged in School of Social Sciences in 2010. Department offer 2 years master degree program in Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, as well PhD program and 1 year diploma in museology. Our department established a vibrant archaeological museum under able guidance of Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, Madam, and our Director, Professor Gautam Kamble. Dr. Balaji Gazur from Deccan College, Pune helped us a lot. We have from Stone Age tools to 15th, 16th century antiquities in our gallery. And we arrange from prehistory, proto-history, and historic period. Department carried out 3 excavations in Solapur district. May I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yeah. In a department carried out 3 excavations in Solapur district. They are at Waka, Karkal, Narkhet, and participated in Shure excavation in Nanded district in the collaboration of Deccan College Postgraduate Research Institute, Deemed University, Pune, Maharashtra. Further research is going on about ancient site in the district. We all know archaeology means a study of human past through his material remains. Archaeology is a story of human behavior and cognitive systems within given social, political, cultural contexts that transform from humanity to time and space. Archaeology is a multidisciplinary subject. It is an art and a science as well. There are many social and basic sciences branches which are directly or indirectly connected to the archaeology, like history, anthropology, sociology, economics, political science, psychology, etc., which are branches of social sciences. And the basic sciences like physics, chemistry, zoology, botany, mathematics, geology, and applied sciences like astronomy, etc., are directly or indirectly connected to archaeology. Study of languages has its own role in archaeology. For example, in astronomy, many of the minute observations and reading the phases of moon, the movement of sun as observed from the earth, its association with seasons, finding of cardinal directions based on northern star, the prediction of core of a star containing burning material, presence of supernova in the sky, and other such observation which require keen and lengthy effort can be seen in the ancient records. Proper study and analysis of these records will not only help us understand the patronage given by our ancient forefathers in the field of archaeoastronomy. The recent excavation in India have provided importance of multidisciplinary approach in archaeology beyond doubts. We would like get insight from the learned researcher in all these fields to present their experience and ideas in this forum. This seminar will be landmark event. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very attractive beginning of inaugural ceremony. Now it's time for director's remarks. Our director, Professor Dr. Gautam Kamble sir, is a source of positive energy and very supportive force. I request him to give his remarks.
Very good afternoon, everyone. A very wholehearted welcome, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, Dr. Murali Phadnis, respected dignitaries, and all those who are joining us on this virtual platform for one-day online international interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary seminar on recent trends in multidisciplinary approach in archaeology. At the School of Social Sciences, Punyashloka Kaladi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur, India, we are cherishing multidisciplinary approach in every exercise. Our School of Social Sciences has 4 departments. There is one mass communication department is there, rural development, economics, and now this webinar is organized by a very important department which is working since 15 years in our university, in our school, and that is the Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture, and Archaeology. This department is proactively involved in numerous academic co-curricular activities and research. Now, Dr. Maya Patil is heading this department. Dr. Kolekar and other faculty members are also very helpful to develop this department, and they determine that the progress of this department and students. Many students are placed in state and national archaeological institutions. Now this department comes with this knowledge sharing platform of one-day online international multidisciplinary seminar on recent trends in multidisciplinary approach in archaeology. Hence, we know that archaeology is the study of past cultures. Archaeologists are interested in how people of the past lived, worked, treated with others, moved across the landscape, and what they believe. Because of advances in methods and theory, archaeology now addresses issues central to debates in the various disciplines of social science and the basic sciences, like already Dr. Maya Patil is mentioned in her welcome address, like in physics, chemistry, even mathematics, geology, applied sciences also. Even then he mentioned the astronomy issues also in far more sophisticated manner than ever before. Coupled with the methodological innovations, multi-scalar archaeological studies around the world have produced a wealth of new data that provide a unique perspective on long-term changes in human societies, as they document variations in human behavior and institutions before the modern era. I think it can be illustrated with these three examples. Changes in human settlements, the roles of markets and states in deep history, and changes in standard of living. Alternative pathways toward complexity suggest how common process may operate under contrasting ecologies, populations, and economic integration. Scholars and the public typically think of archaeology as an endeavor to find earliest examples of such things as the domesticated horse or writing or cities. Often articles with archaeological themes in the popular media focus solely on recovery of things associated with the particularities of history. These examples misrepresents archaeology, a scientific discipline that has advanced greatly in recent decades. We argue that archaeology can now make significant contributions to the broader social sciences and other sciences. This advance results from two major trends: the accumulation of considerable new fieldwork data from around the world and the development of new methods and concepts that transform our evidence into reliable reconstructions of past social dynamics. But I believe that in recent decades, scientifically minded archaeologists from both the anthropological and the classics traditions have found common ground in the rigorous analysis of past human societies and their changes through time. Archaeological data have several advantages for studying past societies. First, they are the only source of information about the human past before the invention of writing and the development of historiographic tradition. Second, archaeology can inform about all segments of society, including commoners, peasants, the underclass, slaves, groups often left out of early historical accounts. And third, archaeological finds provide a long-term perspective on change, documenting the origins of agriculture, the urban revolution, and other transformational social changes. Many archaeological studies relevant to many disciplines today, but they provide an idea of the new relevance of archaeological data to the many disciplines, particularly when viewed from a multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary perspective. Our today's online webinar will provide impeccable platform to the archaeologists, academicians, researchers, archaeological students, and public all over the domain to discuss the subject. With these distinct lectures, internationally prominent speakers will enlighten the participants. I express my deepest gratitude towards our chief patron and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mrinalini Phadnis Madam, for the progress of this university and energetic support in each activity of the School of Social Sciences. I'm very grateful to Dr. Revan Singh, Dr. Mohammadin Imami, Dr. Nasir Eskadan, Dr. Vasant Shinde, and Dr. Veena Mushrif for accepting our invitations for this webinar. Have a nice day and thank you very much. Welcome again. Thank you.
Professor Dr. Gautam Kambale sir, for your valuable remarks. I request Dr. Prabhakar Koetkar sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Asian Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, to give introduction of the well-known chief guest, Dr. Revan Vikram Singh sir.
नमस्कार. And good afternoon. I'm Dr. Prabhakar Kolekar, Assistant Professor, Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology. I welcome all our dignitaries, President of today's inaugural session, Honorable Dr. Pranali Padnis, Madam, Vice Chancellor of our University, our Director, Dr. G.S. Kamble, sir, Dr. M.J. Patil, Madam, and all dignitaries from the India and outside of India. As we know, the present education scenario is now changing rapidly. India government announced the new education policy, which gives the special emphasis on the multidisciplinary research, transdisciplinary research. In this context, the Department of Ancient Indian History, Archaeology organized this seminar on the recent trends and multidisciplinary approaches on archaeology. So as we know, in 1960, Dr. Lewis Wilford proposed the new archaeology trend theory. After the modern world's archaeological studies and research drastically changes, it's accumulated the various kind of subject into the archaeological research. Presently, we included, as our head of department stated, the various kind of science domains, various kind of social sciences and the languages subject we included in our archaeological research. But nowadays, in archaeological study, we study the ladder survey, hyperspectral surveys, image processing, GIS surveys, remote sensing. These kind of modern kind of technology also give the assistance to the explore the new kind of historical and archaeological sites. So scholar get the new knowledge from the various intellectual frameworks, interpret the data from the scientific way with a firm philosophical base. For this purpose, we want to canvas, we want to disseminate this interdisciplinary knowledge into our student, researcher, and who is interested into the archaeology. For this purpose, we organize this workshop, this international seminar, and we invite the various kind of research person from the entire globe. One is from the Maharashtra, Dr. Veena Musri from the Deccan College, and the second is from Dr. Vasant Sinde, former Vice Chancellor of Deccan Deemed University, and to the inaugural sessions keynote address, Dr. Revan Vikram Singh from the Sri Lanka. He is originally from the Maharashtra, and two renowned research person from the Iran and Tehran. So I welcome all the dignitaries from the behalf of the School of Social Sciences, Department of Ancient Indian History and Archaeology. It's given me the immense pleasure to introduce today's keynote addresser and the inaugural session speaker, Dr. Revan Vikram Singh. Dr. Revan Vikram Singh is the director of the Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, formerly known as the Indian Cultural Center at High Commissioner of India, Colombo, Sri Lanka. He has completed, Dr. Revan Singh has completed MA, MPhil, and PhD in history. He specialized in the study of Indian history, culture, and archaeology. He has a very illustrated career in the academic and research as a head of Department of History in Maharishi Dayanand College of Arts, Science, and Commerce, University of Mumbai. He has worked extensively in the education and arts research domain with a special reference to the spread the Buddhism and the Buddhist art from the India to other part of the globe. He was awarded a UGC research project titled Evaluation Buddhist Art along with the trade routes, which is now released as a book form. Dr. Revan has published 7 books and various aspects on the art, archaeology, history, as well as the leaders in the Indian freedom movement, such as the Mahatma Gandhi, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. He has presented more than 55 research papers in various platforms in national and international forum. Dr. Revan was also had a very illuminated career into the e-learning and e-resource industry from the more than 10 years senior corporate leadership position. He was one of the few people who worked on the development of the learning content management system before the in year 2000. I welcome Dr. Revan Vikram Singh from the Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center from Colombo, Sri Lanka, behalf of the School of Social Science, Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, and the Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar Solapur University. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kolekar, sir. Due to emergency situation in Sri Lanka, our chief guest, respected Dr. Revan Vikram Singh, unable to join us in this inaugural ceremony right now. But he managed to send us his inaugural speech in audio form. I request Mr. Rishikesh Mandlik, sir, to play the audio.
Sir, there is no sound.
Yes, there is a technical problem.
Okay.
Give us a few seconds.
Okay.
Madam, it's a small suggestion. Can we first come? Acha, is it okay now? Is it coming?
Mandlik sir, is it coming?
Or let us
Ma'am.
finish first inaugural part and then you can display.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Tejaswini.
Distinguished guests,
It
scholars,
is audible now?
distinguished office
Yeah, yeah.
bearers,
Yeah.
and
Okay,
staff
okay.
of Punya Shlok. Excellencies, distinguished guests, scholars, distinguished office bearers, and staff of Punya Shlok, Ahilya Devi, Holkar, Solapur University, and dear students. Namaste, Aiboan, Vanakkam, and greetings of the day to all of you from Sri Lanka. I'm honored to join you all today for this online international seminar on recent trends and multidisciplinary approach in archaeology, organized by Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, School of Social Sciences, Punya Shlok, Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University. I thank Dr. Maya Patilji, Head Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, for her kind invitation to me. Friends, at the outset, let me first brief you about Swami Vivekananda Culture Center, Colombo, and what we do here in Sri Lanka. Our culture center is an ideal Indian culture center of Indian Council for Culture Relations. It was established in 1998 under the aegis of the High Commission of India, Colombo, with the aim of building bridges of culture exchange to revive and strengthen culture relations between India and Sri Lanka. It seeks to promote India-Sri Lanka culture cooperation by building on cultural commonalities, people-to-people contact, and creating an awareness of Indian culture in all facets. The center offers classes in Bharatanatyam, Kathak, Hindustani and Carnatic music, violin, sitar, tabla, Hindi, yoga, Ayurveda, etc. Over the years, the center has gained tremendous popularity in Sri Lanka. We also organize programs such as exhibitions, seminars, workshops, food festivals, and other such cultural festivals using all software tools, engaging scholars, experts, artists, and academics from India and Sri Lanka. We also screen Indian films and documentaries and maintain a well-equipped library with over 1,000 of titles with online database of books, reading room, and online access to information about India and Indian journals, newspapers, periodicals, etc. Our culture center also promotes student and staff exchange, research exchange, and joint initiatives between Indian and Sri Lankan educational institutions, scholars, and students. With this background, I would like to call upon the distinguished office bearers and scholars of the Punya Shlok Ahilya Devi Holkar Solapur University to kindly explore opportunities of student and staff exchange, research exchange, and joint initiatives between your university and Sri Lankan education and research institutions. Archaeology in particular has immense opportunities right from prehistoric era. As you might be aware, Mauryan Emperor Ashoka sent his son Mahendra and Sanghmitra to Sri Lanka with the message of Lord Buddha, which eventually led to Sri Lanka becoming a Buddhist country. Sri Lanka and India share a common heritage and culture in almost all aspects. Pali and Sanskrit are still taught in Sri Lankan Buddhist education institutions and are compulsory subjects there. Brahmi played a very significant role in the development of Sinhala script. Indian and Sri Lankan art and architecture forms also have many parallels. Our commonalities are such that both India and Sri Lanka are now celebrating their 75 years of independence. And friends, as you see, there are immense opportunities for academic collaboration in the field of ancient history, culture, and archaeology. Many Indian institutions, such as the Deccan College of Archaeology, Pune, are already collaborating with Sri Lankan universities, such as Sri Jayavandapura University, for archaeological research and explorations, including excavations. Hence, I would like to call upon the distinguished office bearers and scholars of your university to kindly explore opportunities for academic collaboration, and that too, not only in ancient history, culture, and archaeology, but also in all other disciplines. We, the Swami Vivekananda Culture Center in Colombo, would be very happy to facilitate your collaborations. However, the lead and ownership of your academic collaboration with Sri Lankan institutions would be totally yours, as that is your core area of expertise. With these few words, I rest my talk and wish you all a very successful seminar. May all be healthy, happy, and blessed. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Bahamastuti.
I must thank respected Dr. Revan Vikram Singh for his efforts and insightful inaugural speech. Professor Dr. Brunalini Fadnavis ma'am. She is devoted for a quality work in education sector. She is shaping the mankind for a better society. She believed that to improve the golden moment of opportunity and catch the good that is in our reach is the great art of life. I request Professor Dr. Brunalini Fadnavis ma'am for her presidential remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon and namaste to everyone. I am very happy that the Department of Archaeology, along with its School of Social Sciences, has organized this one-day international seminar on a very relevant topic, which is very well known as two words are very important in that topic. First is recent trends, and second is multidisciplinary approach. And that too has been joined with the archaeology. So I welcome on behalf of my university, all the resource persons present over here. Those who have spoke, just two persons I have listened, and other speakers, those are going to contribute in this day-long sessions. And I also congratulate Dr. Maya Patil, Dr. Kamble sir, Dr. Kodekar sir, and all the staff members of our university, those who have taken special efforts to make it very useful, not only for our department, but as I am listening, that from Colombo, people are asking for MOUs and collaborations with us. So I think that will be a great achievement when we are talking about the MOUs at international level. That will be the best opportunity we can have. And I think from other areas, those who are talking from Iran and Tehran, they can also think about this, because this is the area where we can explore various issues which is related to the archaeology. And as the subject says, it's a multidisciplinary. So it's a part of many other disciplines where we can plan good for different type of skill-oriented programs, research programs, research degrees, and the trend which has been taken place already in India. So our new education policy, more or less, considering all these aspects which has been covered by all the speakers, it very clearly says that whatever we are planning or we need to plan for our UG and PG courses, that we have to understand how 2 to 3 disciplines can be correlated and can they be bring into the one umbrella, so that the position of the student or the staff members as well as researchers, they can move ahead with multiple skills, multiple aspects, understanding various areas, as well as the technology which is recently used in all the disciplines. That will be very important for the development of all the resource persons, people, teachers, students, and all staff, students, those who are listening this particular one-day international program. So this is the background which we have tried to create from 2018. And in that we have literally researched in various areas where we can have a different combinations of different schools as well as the teaching. Same I was talking with the archaeology, that how this particular discipline can be correlated with the areas, like it has been very well said, with the languages, with physics also, because I am many times I have discussed how this particular discipline can be have like a collaboration with physics and as well as chemistry, because nothing is we can say can go like one line. Now we have to collaborate different lines and can pick up some of the points of different disciplines, and we can go ahead with very well defined research problem or the area which we're supposed to move ahead. So on this basis, as it has been told that this particular area of our, you can say the Solapur district or the nearby area is very rich historically. It is very rich from the different point of view of the anthropology as well as, because anthropology is a key part, as the first resource person has already said. So this anthropology part will give a lot of insights which is related to the human behavior and what type of development we must have carried out in the areas of not only of this land, but as it has been very rightly said by the person from Colombo, that the total this area from, you can say, the South Asia, that has been covered with the different type of cultures which has been carried out in different parts of the South Asia, with the help of some spiritual activities, with the help of some collaborative activities of trade as well. So these are the things which we need to understand. Even when we were doing different type of excavations, as Dr. Maya Patil has said, that time we could found that various types of antiquities, they are of very old, you can say, BC period. And in that period, we have seen the trade must have taken place to say Iran, Tehran, China, and like Nepal, which is of course was the part of India, and some other parts of Southeast Asia as well. So that shows very clearly that such type of activities was closely related to commerce and management also. So what must have taken that time, that type of research can be done, and what time must be the area of interest of these two countries or more than two countries to move ahead with such type of activities. So I think there is an n number of activities we can join with different type of disciplines. Considering our, you can say, the historical perspective of our country, as well as the development of different type of spiritual areas, which is now confined to the temple system, it shows that lot of research must have been done how a temple should be constructed and what should be the first part where the people will get entry, how the sunlight will come, what will be the type of doors, windows, the structure, what should be the hall type, and how the people will offer their prayers to God. This is all scientific. It looks like that we are something talking about to the religious part or the spiritual part, but I don't think so that it is only confined to that. It is also confined to different areas which is related to the human life or the part of day-to-day activities which people were undertaking that time, just say 2000 years back or 3000 years back, where they have done a very scientific way of construction of some of the temples, some of the buildings of that time, which gives you some energy, enlightenment, matter of study, understanding different disciplines, and therefore how to utilize different type of concepts in those areas, that richness we have. And I think for that, we were doing different type of projects in coming years when different type of fundings are possible to come through this type of system. We will going to apply for such type of multidisciplinary approach. So we need that lot of things should come in this way by discussing through different type of people and understanding how they have worked, I think that will give more inputs to all my staff members as well as students to know how this can be carried out in a better way or the quality way. One more thing is which I would like to say, that there are many areas in India as well as outside India, as I'm talking about some of the areas which is close to India, like SARC region, as well as some of the region which is closely connected to China and all that. In that, the construction material which has been used by a very eminent, you can say the architects or the archaeology related persons, they are of a very eco-friendly nature. They are not using that type of material which is now harmful or hazardous, which is we are observing in day-to-day context. I mean to say, I can take an example of a cement or the iron rods, which is now commonly used in different building structures or in different areas. But that time, very indigenous style has been used to retain that buildings for 1,000 years, and they should be eco-friendly. And what should be the component of that eco-friendly system must have been studied, and that has put into the practice for the development of the human being as well. So human should feel comfortable. They can able to understand how the nature can give a lot of activities to the development of such type of areas. So that type of culture we have, that type of research we have, and I think many countries or many researchers are entering in India from that point of view, that how 2,000-3,000 years old buildings as well as other constructions are playing such a important role in the development or the historical development of our country. So there are other records are also present over there. We were having very rich forest system in our particularly this region of Maharashtra. Of course, it was also was available in Himalayas and other parts of India. But some of the examples which I would like to quote, that the richness of the trees shows that whatever the construction must have done in that period, the different woods or the quality of woods must have been used. That is also the part and parcel of such activities. And when it has been destroyed by some or the other reason, which is normally known as the political reason, in that thing has not been destroyed, or it is not easy to destroy such type of activities which has been maintained or done with the help of the forest resources. So that quality of thing which we were having, and that research, that how this environment issues can also be correlated with the development of the archaeology, even the architect as well as the history, and many subjects which has been already talked upon that. So these examples shows that any discipline cannot move like you are moving only in one direction and cannot think about the other areas. This particular archaeology also shows us, or it also provides us the same type of concept, that we can able to understand different areas. It may be like, as I have told you, it may be like a forest, like a construction, it may be the languages, it can be like a geography, it can be environmental science. They are related, and they are not only related, but somewhere it is closely related. So this is the idea behind the organizing such type of webinars. And I'm very happy that this department has taken different steps. Maybe we are at present online, but those resource persons are present with us. I feel that whenever they will come to India, please visit our museum. It is one of the very unique type of museum which we have tried to make it. It has become like a destination of understanding that how the evaluation of human being must have done on that time. So a lot of information your students as well as researchers can get. So that type of collaboration, I think MOU is necessary. MOU is also possible online, because that also we have done in this period. And if, as it has been, I heard about the resource person from Colombo, if that area or that you can say the institute is ready to collaborate us, still we can go ahead with the online MOU, and whenever we will get the time to meet offline, we will definitely very much interested in association of such type of activities. So I wish you very good luck And I also would like to say that I declare this particular one-day webinar open for discussion, and or it is inaugurated. And I feel that that will be a very good platform to understand different type of areas and system as we are discussing, and will be helpful for different activities as we have discussed. So thank you very much, and wish you have a very good luck a day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mrunalini Fadnavis, ma'am, for your cognizant remarks and blessings. We have reached at the last point of this inaugural session. I request Dr. Asta Debepama, Postdoctoral Research Fellow of our department, to offer a word of thanks.
Many thanks, Ms. Tejaswini. I'm Dr. Asta Debepama. I have recently joined this university as a ICSR postdoctoral fellow to work under Professor Maya Patil, ma'am. I am here to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of this one-day seminar. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Revan Vikram Singh, our Director, Swami Vivekananda Cultural Center, Colombo, Sri Lanka, for his brief inaugural speech. Though he wanted to be with us as a person to deliver this inaugural address, but somehow due to his some urgent meeting, he could not make it possible. But I'm sure for our any future activities, he will certainly join us, and he will certainly promote the collaboration between the Solapur University as well the several universities of Sri Lanka, for example, Jayawardhanipura University or Kelaniya University and some other universities. So we can do the collaborative work apart from the Archaeology Department of Solapur University as well the Archaeology Department of Sri Lanka, and apart from that also other subjects or other disciplines of Solapur University also. So in this perspective, we can, I think Dr. Revan Vikram Singh, he will be certainly helpful for us. And after him, I would like to thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university, Professor Mrunalini Fadnavis, ma'am, for the beautiful this presidential remark, as well as I have learned from the Professor Maya Patil. She is the pillar inspiration behind this particular one-day seminar. So we are extremely grateful to you, ma'am. And after that, we are also grateful to our special guest who has agreed to give the special lecture to us, Professor Emami from the University of Isfahan, Iran, Dr. Nasir Eskadan from University of Tehran, and Professor Vasant Sinde sir from former VC from Deccan College, Dr. Veena Mushrif. And I would also like to thank one of the Irani student, Dr. She would be Dr. Neda Tehrani. She was very helpful for us for getting introducing her archaeology professor to us. And after that, I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. G.S. Kamble sir, Director of School of Social Sciences, for his help and support for conducting this online conference. Apart from that, we are also grateful to Dr. P.N. Kolekar sir from Department of AIC and Archaeology for brief introduction about the today's guest. And most importantly, we are thankful to Professor Maya Patil ma'am. This one-day international seminar is basically the brainchild of Professor Maya Patil ma'am. And also we are grateful to all the young organizing team of Ganeshwari Hajare, Dr. Devkar, Ganesh, and all the organizing team of archaeology, this young team of archaeology department. And lastly, but not least, I would like to thank Dr. Tejaswi Kamble for beautiful comparing. And with these remarks, I would like to end my vote of thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asta ma'am. So with the permission of organizers, I declare this inaugural session is over. Shall we start next section, Dr. Maya Patil ma'am?
Yes, Tejaswini, sure.
Okay, ma'am. So this is the second session of today's webinar, which is specially dedicated to the special lectures. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in this special lecture session, we have with chairman of the session, Director of School of Social Sciences, Professor Dr. Gautam Kamble sir, our guest, respected Dr. Mohammad Amin Imami, Associate Professor of Mineralogy, Department of Conservation of Cultural Properties and Archaeometry, Art, University of Isfahan, Iran. Dr. Nasir Eskadan, Assistant Professor, Department of Archaeology, University of Tehran, Iran. Head of the Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology Department, respected Dr. Maya Patil ma'am, and Dr. Prabhakar Koekar sir. So I again welcome you all for this session. So with this note, I request Dr. Maya Patil ma'am for welcome and introduction of this distinguished guest, and welcome all the dignitaries.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the chief guest of this one-day international seminar, Mohammad Amin Imami. Currently, he is working as Associate Professor in Mineralogy and Crystography at the Art University of Isfahan, Iran. Our speaker has depth of experience in archaeological field. He has worked in the field of crystographical and phase characterization through a refining method over the past 13 years. He is a member and refer of 8 journals editorial board. He is fluent in 5 languages such as German, English, Persian, French, and Spain. He is an award-winning professor for his incredible work. He has received prestigious Outstanding Scientist in Isfahan Province Award 4 times and Students Award. He is also receiver of Grant of Scientific Collaboration and IDEX Fellowship from Centre the Researcher, France 2020. He is a member of numerous organizations, associations, and international union, including the prehistory and proto-historic sciences. He is a strong proponent of the advancement of archaeometallurgy education throughout the American education system, as well as for the use of archaeometrology in providing solution to some of world's greatest problems. He has received 3 fellowships for reputed institutions. One of them is an international excellent fellowship. Aside from his talent, he is also prestigious another of a number of papers and edited books on the subject of archaeometry and archaeometry. Some of his better known titles including The Temple of Tefti R and Cathode Luminance Microscope for interpreting the fabric and heating process of ancient pottery. Preliminary study of the technology feature of pottery from the Kur River Basin. He has 48 publications in various international and national journals, 36 publications in Persian. He has written 74 conference proceedings. He has successfully completed 12 research projects and chaired the session in national and international conferences. On a final note, he is also a fascinating individual, and we are grateful for his presence among us today. And our another guest is Dr. Nasir Eskadan. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Nasir. He has completed MA and PhD in archaeology from University of Tehran, Iran. Now he's working as an assistant professor in the same department. He has distinguished career in archaeology and well known for his work in the field. He has uplifted many new dimensions in archaeology. 23 of his research articles have been published in national and international journals. He published research articles on petroglyphs, Bronze Age sites, settlement pattern of Bronze Age, and development of pastoralism. He presented several papers in national and international conferences and organized second international conference of archaeology of Southeast Iran in 2017. He has rich experience of archaeological fieldwork and excavated 8 archaeological sites in Southeast Iran. He organized 2 archaeological surveys in Iran, and he was a director of that survey. Beside this, he is an inspiration to our young archaeologists. So we renowned personality with us. I want to welcome you all. Thanks a lot.
Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am. Now I request respected Mr. Muhammad Amin Imami to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you so much. Do you have my voice?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maya Patil, and I salute you very warmly, and as well as Professor Dr. Campbell for invitation, and all the colleagues who organized this symposium. It's enlightened and it's great. Before I take my vote of thanks, I would like to pass an announcement, because we work as a team with Dr. Nasir Eskandari as respected archaeologist in the field of southeast of Iran. And my speech actually scientifically will be followed by Dr. Nasir's speech. And I would like to please you to start with Dr. Nasir, because he would like to explain about the archaeology of the region. And after that, I will follow Dr. Nasir Eskandari with my speech, if you allow me. It would be very pleasant.
Okay, sir. Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am.
Yes, sure, sir.
It. Okay.
Yes, you can.
Thank you so much.
So
hello, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, hello, everyone. I'm Nasir Eskandari from the University of Tehran. First of all, I would like to thank you for having us today with you. It's a great honor, actually. Let me share my PowerPoint, and can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As you said, Dr. Emami is my colleague in this project, and it's kind of joint presentation. That's why I started. And first, I would like to talk about the archaeology of the region, and then Dr. Emami will speak about the archaeometallurgy technically, actually. The title of our presentation is From Occident to Orient, Interregional Exodus of Metallurgy in Southeast Iran. The time period that I'm focusing on is Chalcolithic period and Bronze Age, from 6th millennium BC to 2nd millennium BC, the time area. Actually, I contextualized the metal finds from Southeast Iran, and then Dr. Emami will continue about the technical processes, the manufacturing process, and other aspects of these metal objects. Here is a collection of the recovered finds from Southeastern Iran archaeological sites, mostly from Bronze Age. This map shows the study area southeast of Iran. As you know, this part of Iran contains Indo-Iranian borderlands, and this area contains and accommodated different mines, including stone mines and metal mines, and especially Kerman region in southeast of Iran contains second largest lore of copper ore in the world. And this slide shows the excavated well-known sites of Bronze Age in southeast of Iran, and also Chalcolithic sites like Shahr Sukhte in Sistan, that I'm sure you're familiar with this site, and Shahdad, western edge of Lut Desert, and newly found site of Konar Sandal in Jirov in southern Kerman in Halilrud Valley, and the Chalcolithic sites of Talle Eblis and Tape Yahya, that I will talk more about them. And this map shows the strategic geographical location of the southeast of Iran, with well-known Bronze Age sites of Southwestern Asia. And as you see, this area is located between East and West in ancient world. Let us start with the non-Chalcolithic site of the region, Tape Yahya, that was excavated by Harvard University in 1960s and 70s by Lambert Karlovsky, where he found different metal objects from bronze and copper, and a unique workshop for colorite production dating back to 3rd millennium BC. In that time, that was a big question in archaeology of the Near East. Where was the provenance of these objects, colorite object, I mean, where Lambert Karlovsky found many unfinished fragments and manufacturing tools. And here you have a collection of the complete colorite vessels discovered from the Halil River basin in southern Kerman, and mostly from illegal excavations. And the next site is Talle Eblis, a Chalcolithic site in Kerman region excavated by Joseph Calwell in 1966. The site is well known thanks to excavation of Calwell that led to discovering many copper objects and other evidence regarding copper smelting dating back to at least 5th millennium BC. For example, here you have a crucible from level 2 of Talle Eblis that, based on new chronological data, it dates back to mid-5th millennium BC, but the earliest evidence came from level 1 of Talle Eblis, that is dating back to late 6th to early 5th millennium BC. And the site was excavated recently, I mean last year, a few months ago. I did this project, and we excavated Talle Eblis, actually re-excavated Talle Eblis to took charcoal samples for radiocarbon analysis to date the earliest evidence of copper smelting in the region. And as I said, it dates back to late 6th, early 5th millennium BC. As you know, Talle Eblis is one of the earliest center in the world where this technology was applied for copper smelting. Recent excavations discovered ample of evidence concerning copper smelting, like these pieces of actually crucible fragments you see dating back to 5th millennium BC, or we can say late 6th millennium BC. And copper ore from my new excavation at Tal Iblis. And then we move to the Bronze Age, where southeast of Iran appear to witness a phase of urbanization, same as Indus, India, and the time of urbanization in southeast of Iran is contemporary to major Harappa, exactly, and then same scenario for the end of urbanization for these both regions. And we have some excavated urbanized center, and like Shahr Sukte in Sistan, I think you're familiar with this site. And the second urban center is Shahdad in the western edge of the Lut Desert, and generally dating back to the 3rd millennium BC, where the excavators found a very large metallurgical workshop. And the third urban center of southeast of Iran from early Bronze Age is Jirov or Konar Sandal in Jirov area, that generally dates back to the 3rd millennium BC, like to other urban center of the region. And it was found recently, and many evidence was found regarding the urban character of the site in the Hali River basin. And unfortunately, it was the region was badly affected by massive looting in 2001. And following the illegal excavation, the site was excavated by Professor Yusuf Majid-Zadeh, where he found a large 3rd millennium city, like a royal citadel in the center of the city, and the lower town with different parts of the city, like metallurgical workshop in the southeast of the city, where he found many kilns and other evidence like slag and other things regarding copper smelting and craft activities. And one of the most unique discovery was the writing system. Actually, the tablets he found, it's on decipher writing system in Jirov was found, and we are waiting to be deciphered to know more about the site. And the site was, I did a project 2 years ago at Konar Sandal at Jirov, the site that already was excavated by Yusuf Majid-Zadeh. I did a topographic project and survey, systematic surface survey and test trenches project. Actually, I could document many workshops across the site, the stone workshop, metal workshops. As you see here, there is a colorite and bead making workshop dating back to 3rd millennium. We see not far from the metal activity area. And to sum up, I prefer to talk about the connections between Indus and the Konar Sandal generally, because this nice web seminar is based in India, and that's why I close with these slides. We have some evidence showing that there was a close link between the southeast of Iran and between Konar Sandal in Jirov region and Indus civilization. For example, the Nal ceramics we have in the region, and two two seals. One is a copper stamp seal, and another one is marble cylindrical seal that exactly shows the connection between Girov region and Indus civilization. For example, this one, the presence of the Indus-related artifacts in the site of Konar Sandal was addressed in two articles by Pittman and Wright, and then another one by Massimo Vidale and his colleague that published articles about these seals. And this copper, as you see, shows an antelope, and that the similar copper seals were found at Lothal in Gujarat, India, exactly the same seal. And another seal that clearly linked to the Indus iconography was published by Pittman, is a white marble cylinder seal that shows a sequence of heads of three unmistakable Indus animals, and unicorn is very typical, and buffalo and zebo bull. And the Neda Amir Mahmoudi, who I'm thankful to her because she introduced us to the organizer of this conference, and now she's working on this topic. I mean, connections between the Indus civilization and Girov civilization under supervision of Professor Shinde in Pune at Deccan College. Now she's finishing her PhD thesis. And also some other evidence that shows the links between Indus civilization and Girov civilization is etched carnelian bead that interestingly was found from the copper working area. It's meaningful, and exactly so it's very specific, typical objects of the Indus civilization in the Girov. I don't know, it was imported from Indus, or a group of Indus civilized people were in Girov that time is an open question. And also there are cuneiform texts clearly referring to the contact between Meluha and Marhashi, and the two toponyms that historians locate Indus civilization and for Meluha, and Girov civilization for Marhashi. And the texts clearly say that they were allies in second half of third millennium BC against Akkadian Empire. And that's the last slide of my speech. So it was a prelude for Dr. Emami's talk that he will discuss the metallurgical aspects of Southeastern Iran archaeology technically. So I gave microphone to Dr. Emami to continue. Thank you so much.
Nasir Eskadan, sir. I request Mr. Muhammad Amin Imami, sir, please continue.
Okay. Would you please let me to share my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have my screen just now?
Yes, sir.
Uppsala. Okay. Thank you so much. If you have my voice and also my screen, I will start with this talk. Again, I would like to thank the organizers. Especially, I would like to thank Professor Campbell, Director of the School of Social Sciences, as well as Dr. Vahan Kade, Head of Department of Economic. And I would like to thank Dr. Maya Patil for very nice introducing. And it's a pleasure for me to be here in your organizing seminars today about the intercultural relationship or the interdisciplinary methods in archaeology. And I would like to thank Ms. Neda Amir Mahmoudi, who was the joint person for us for sharing and to be presented in this symposium. What I would like to talk to you is from the Occident to the Orient, the interregional exodus of mythology in southeast of Iran. And the name of this talk, or the name that I have chosen, that is based on a believing that we would like to tell you about these things. And we would like to tell you about the migration of evidences based on the technologies, or based on the technologies which have been suited by the settlements for many years ago. And you can see also the development of technology from the oriental part of Iran to the occidental part of Iran. And the effect of mythology is huge actually in this story. I would like to tell you some introduction about the archaeomythology, what for, about the archaeomythology as interdisciplinary know-how. I will show you in which directions we have to collaborate with another scientists, as former speakers they mentioned as well, in according to the interdisciplinary research in archaeology. And I will come to the research strategy, and after that I would like to introduce you some objects and subjects from the southeast of Iran, and of course the archaeomythology Kevadis, or the archaeomythology where we would like to go in the future. And this is very important because the mythology has begun with the use of native stones, and after that the people learned about the metal extraction, and after that they have to develop, or they developed these techniques to reconstruct or to extract the alloys processes and or alloying processes, and after that they have to find different alloys such as tin alloys or arsenic and something like that. And for us it's important to know from where to where this technology have been developed. If the people knew exactly why they have done, or they have done practically, or by knowing something about the nature. The development of mythology has a very long history, but the father of the archaeomythology is actually the Georgios Agricola, the German scientist in 1494. It's actually in 18th centuries, and he wrote a very important book named Dere Metallica, and Dere Metallica means in Latin, or in Latin as speaking, it means that the history of mythology. And by this way, you can see that the mythology was not a very simple accident or a very simple work. A mythology was a very huge work, as you see in the left picture. One question: do you see my my mouse or not? Do you see my mouse?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. And in this picture, you can see that many people, they have been gathered together for extracting something or excavated something and producing metals. And this means that the mythology was not a very small technology, but also the mythology was a very huge technology. By this way, many peoples gathered together and they have to produce the metals from the environment and from the mountains. And in this book or in this paper of the book, you can see how they transport raw materials from the downer part of the earth toward the upper part. And it means for us a huge technology which have been started just now, we can say, from 5,000 or 4,000 BC onwards. The archaeomythology will be considered by scientists in three parts: the methodology or the methods of our mythology, and the techniques which have been used by settlements or by the human being. And on the other side, the archaeological dating is very, very important, and it's very critical because in many aspects, the people, they told about what can be extracted and what have been extracted and what have been made. But the important thing is the when. And for the first, which alloys have been made. And after that, the alloying processes have been developed to the better condition of the alloying. And the question is a start from this time, because we would like to know if the people, or whether the people, they knew exactly what they have been done, or they have been refined something. It means that we have to do with technology, or we have to do with refining. Both of them perhaps seems to be similar, but the technology is for us is to start a new technology, or to producing new things. But in the refining process, the technology doesn't change. The technology is the metallurgical technology, but the people, they have understand what they can have and what they can find from the old part of the metals, and they have to produce the new production based on the refining processes. Archaeomythology is very fantastic items because, as many speakers before us, they told about the interdisciplinary research in archaeomythology. In archaeomythology, we have to do with archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, geology, physics, chemistry, and mining and material sciences. And the anthropology and linguistics is very, very interesting and very nice actually in this story, because in Iran, many villages and many cities or parts of the land have been named based on the technology which have practiced sometimes in this region. For example, we have the name, I translate the name from Farsi to English. We have the name of a village called Green Snake. And green snake means the layer of copper which have been driven through the stones like a snake, but this was the layer of copper. And the people said that green snake. And by this way, we can understand, okay, something happened in this region because a green snake doesn't exist actually. On the other side, we have the names such as the well of copper, or the well of blood, because the blood is red, but we have not a shaft or a well full of blood. The blood came back to the use of lead, because the lead oxide on the surface, it has a very, very nice red color, such as blood. And in this story, the linguistic part of archaeomythology would be very interesting for us to trace and to reach the archaeomythological sites in many different parts of this country, in Iran, as well as in southern or northern or everywhere else. At the end, someone sat somewhere, and we would like to take about the advantages of the experimental mythology or the accidental mythology. Which of them was actually true? If someone asked me about the first moment that human being understood that in these stones appeared copper, and in the another stones that didn't appear copper, and someone asked me how the people understand that or understood that? I cannot answer this question. Because at the first, everything was accidental. But by increasing the technology, by increasing the knowledge about the environmental aspects around the civilizations or settlements, every each accidental parameter, they have been changed to the experimental parameter, because the people, they have been trained, they have been knowable, and they have been reachable for getting something or scattering around the areas, or give experiences to the surrounding parts or to the neighbors. And by this way, based on the experimental parts, the technology and archaeometallurgy or the metallurgical technology have been scattered in a very wide range of the area. The research strategy in archaeometallurgy goes to the very important items. As a matter of fact, we have three main part of investigations based on microscopic point of view, microscopic point of view, and of course, physical, mechanical characterization of the materials that we can get from the archaeologist or during the digging and excavations. Macroscopical investigation will be very, very interesting, because we have to do with mapping and surveying on the region. And the surveying is very important, because after 1,000 years, environments have been changed. And we have to understand these changing. If the changes or if these eruptions is naturally based on the flu or based on erosion or something like that, or this environmental changing is according to some archaeological building or something like that. For example, you cannot see water dam on the surface. You have to excavate this water dam, but on the surface, you see a very slight hill. But we have to think about that. If this hill appeared according to the environmental influences, or there is something behind the earth and produced or induced this effect of floating, or this effect of topographic changes. For example, and for this reason, surveying and mapping is very important. And the metallurgy and the orogeny of the region, it goes back to the geology of the region. If we like to work on the metals, we have to do with geology. This is automatically is the very important case, because the metals came from the geology, and we have to know about the geology and about the geological character of the region, because we want to know which metals can be outcropped in this region and which metals can be extracted. And in this case, we have to think about the people who lived 3,000, 4,000 years BC or 6,000 years from now on. And it would be very hard for them, actually. And microscopic properties, I mean by microscopic properties, the properties of the region or the properties of the materials in their hand. By microscopy and chemistry, we do something about the X-ray analysis, as you read and knew many things, I think, and I'm sure, and the microscopic methods tell us much more important items of manufacturing processes, as well as processing of material. And a spectroscopic analysis give us much more deep information about the geochemistry of an object, because the geochemistry of an object can be classified and also can be distinguished with the geochemistry of the region. And we would like to find a bridge or a connection between the objects and, of course, the potential geochemistry of the region, because according to this information, we can conclude if the objects came from the region or they have been imported, or perhaps sometimes they have also exported. If I found that kind of objects in the another part. I will explain about that later. And of course, thermal analysis would be fantastic and would be very interesting, because thermal analysis means determination of the temperature for manufacturing process. And determination of temperature for us is the evolution of the technology, because controlling of the temperature was a fantastic and a very hard accident in the human mind at the beginning, which have been developed to the experimental knowledge, and the people, they came from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, and they have learned to extract iron, because you have different products from smelting of iron. And if you wish to have a very specific product, you have to control the temperature very precisely. And by this way, thermal activities or thermal studies is, in my opinion, the thermal studies is the study of the technological evolution of a human being, because the temperature was very important by ceramic makings, by glass making, as well as metallurgy. In physical and mechanical characterization, of course, porosity and viscosity would be very interesting, because give me much more data about the temperature as well as the condition of mixed materials or processing or raw materials. Because you know that if a material have baked or cooked, fired via high temperature, you can see the porosity, you can see the bubbles. And we see these bubbles in glazes, and sometimes in ceramics, and sometimes in glasses. And if I see bubbles, for me, it means that high temperature, because the bubbles appear. On the other side, if the temperature didn't increase so much, then the bubbles, whether they have not been appeared or they collected themselves in a very specific areas. In the archaeomythological objects, we have to know something about mines, the raw material, of course, the tools for processing. Furnaces, as I said, furnaces, they have a very interesting, very important function, and of course, very important and fascinating construction, because the furnace, for making a furnace, the people, they had to know an extraordinary knowledge about the raw materials, about the clay, about the temperature, and of course, all the things. And we have also a very interesting part of the metallurgy in slags, which I come to you in slags in a very important part of my speech, come again. And we have the melting and the smelting crucibles. They are very common objects that we can find in archaeological areas. And we have also very important iron and bronze crucibles in India. And of course, at the end, we have metals. And we would like to know about the provenance just now. Okay, this is another subject of the research. And at the end, we come to the conservation and restoration with corrosion science and burial conditions. Because in this part, the conservators, they would like to know about the corrosion behavior of the burial conditions, and which metals, how they have been corroded. And if there is a relation between the corrosion products and the burial conditions, this could share us actually a very important information about the environmental studies in this technology. But in the session 7, just now today, we have nothing to do with corrosion science, because it's a very large items and research strategies. And Iran is located here, located here in my map here, and you can see different lines with different colors, and they are the metallogenic colors. And you can see that the metallogeny, or very simple said, the outcrops with metallurgical stones or metal stones, they appeared in Iranian plateau and goes toward to the Anatolia, West Anatolia, Turkey, and from the Cyprus to the Greece. It means that geologically, we have to do with a very, very large amount of areas, but we would like to consider always the Iranian, just now in this speech, in Iranian plateau, and we would like to know about the potential of metallogenical processes or potentials in Iran. And according to this point of view, we see that the Iran is a very rich country according to the copper, which I would like to focus more on copper in this history. And we have 147 copper mines, 37 lead, zinc, and silver, 9 iron smelting sites and mines, 11 turquoise, and 5 gold mines. Perhaps you think that the mines should be more than this amount, and it is true. But the numbers that I gave you in these slides is the number of the mines which have archaeological or archaeologically accidents. They are the mines with archaeologically evidence of extractive metallurgy or extractions. And this is a huge information because we see that 147 copper mines with archaeological record is really very impressive. It means that around the Iran, we have in many periods or in many eras, we have the people who had interest about the metallurgy and about the metallurgical processes. In this case, I would like to show you, for example, some mines or the ancient mines in Kerman province. This is the Kerman province here. And today I would like to talk to you more about this province. And you see that different copper mines. This is Tale Madan, and Tale Madan means the hill of mines, with the very interesting actually cave of coppers. And you see also the coppers here. And this the copper, the Tale Madan, is actually somehow close to the green snake area. And on the other side here, you see the Great Wall or the Great Gate of huge copper mines called Sheikh Ali in Kerman. And we have different orogeny processes in these mines. For example, Sheikh Ali is interesting or introduced by means of copper, chrome, and silver. And in Tale Madan, we have only copper. And you see that these copper areas here. On the other side, in Fars province, you see that the mines have been dug or have been excavated exactly along the veins or exactly along the metal-rich veins in these figures. And in this case, we can see also the tunnels. They have been made perpendicular to the earth, and the depth is about 14 meters. And in 14 meters, they have gathered the samples and transport them to the surface and try to smelting and extracted the metals from the materials. It is very interesting in this region because they have many different outcrops, and we have many different shafts or wells because they have changed the area for raw materials collecting according to 2 parameters. They had no light if they went deep in the air, and they had to stop the work, came on the surface, and start from the another side. On the other side, sometimes they had problem with underwater reservoir, and in the water, the miners, they couldn't work at that time. And for this reason, in the mining areas, you have many tunnels. And the tunnels, they are not so deep, sometimes 8 meters or sometimes 10, because they had no light and they had the problem with underwater reservoir. And this is the very interesting mining in the north part of the Iran, or north of central desert. I introduced you actually the important areas around the Lut desert, the great desert in central part of the Iran. And this area is the Chah Mesi. Chah means well, and Mesi means copper. This is the well of copper. And the interesting part is that the color of the desert in this area is blue, because it's a high enrichment of copper that have been evaporated and come to the surface and let the copper components on the surface in the sands scattering on the surface, and you see the blue color of the desert according to the high concentration of materials such as copper. But after mining, we come to the melting and the smelting, and after that we have the metallurgy. This is the symbol of mining, and this is the smelting and melting processes, and here we have a very nice object as a result of the metallurgy. But this picture that I would like to show you in this Congress, for me was very interesting, because it say me something very, very important. You see here a mine, a complete mine, metallic mine, which have been excavated and extracted by the miners. And from all of the stones that have gathered or processed, you can have this bubble of copper. It means that all of the stones that have been transported by the miners, they could produce this great bubble of copper. But the question is, what does still remain? And what is the rest of this extraction process? The rest of the extraction process is the slags. They are the remains materials from the metallurgy. And these remaining materials, they are very reachable for us as archaeometallurgists or archaeologists, because they are gathered on the sample on the surface in archaeological or in the technological areas very well. And the slags, they tell us something about the extractive metallurgy, as well as they tell us that in this region we could find something about the metallurgical technology, because you have a slag. If you have the remain of the metallurgy, then you should have also the sign of the metallurgy. And in this way, or by this way, we have to look deeper in this region. And of course, for this reason, this picture for me was very interesting, because we can see that the huge amount of the metallurgical process bring you also the huge amount of the slags as the remaining materials from the process. And for us as mineralogists or chemists, it is very interesting to work on them, because aesthetically they are not so beautiful, and they could not reserve in the museums. I can collect them, I can damage them and make a powder and make my analysis. And in this area, for example, I cannot do anything with this object because this is unique. And I can not take a little bit of samples because in this story, then I have to have a great cracks with the museum directors. No samples, but their slags, they are not so painful, or they are not so important for many people. And for this reason, we as archaeometallurgists or archaeologists, we can use their slags as a sign of technology, as a very important sign of the technology. But the main purpose of this talk focused on the slags, And what is the slags? The slags, they brought us many information about the firing of clay, because the slags actually they produced in the kiln, and sometimes they have been followed through the kiln out, and sometimes they could trapped exactly in the kiln on the top of the bottom of the kiln, and they remain something about the clay which have been made by this clay, also the kiln or the furnace, and give me some information about the construction of the furnace. The slags give us information about the temperature of the material, and of course give us something information about the kind of the ores which have been smelted or extracted. In this part, I led to show you or share you only that for metallurgy or copper metallurgy, we have to do with copper oxide and copper sulfide in the history. And the slags, they tell me exactly which kind of the ores have been smelted. And the slags appeared actually here, as I told you. Some of them, they can come through the furnace, and they are these slags. Or here, you see the flow direction on the surface of the slags. It means that they have been flown out. And you see also this viscosity effect or this structure on the surface. On the other side, some of the slags, they can be trapped on the bottom of the kiln, and you see also this kind of the slags. And the slags, they have been classified in progress-based or process-based. Progress-based are the slags which have been produced or remains in the kiln or outside the kiln. But process-based, if you hammer a finished object, such as iron or arrowhead in bronze, then by hammering, you can see the flattering or the spreading of these tiny things here, and they are the oxides of the slags. They are very tiny slags. Here you have, I brought you another picture, and they have been produced by the processing. It means that I can divide the slags in progress, the slags from the beginning, and also the process-based, the slags after processing the metals. And they are the great heap of the slags in southeast of Iran, in the area of Green Snake and in the area of Tal Madan. You can see that the huge amount of the slags appeared actually in the area. This little part, for the first moment, perhaps you see that, okay, it's not so huge, but it's huge, because you can imagine how much metals can be extracted to have something like the remaining of the metallurgical process. And this is the evidence that my colleague Dr. Eskandari told you. This is the Tal Iblis and the structure of the trenches which have been worked and which have been excavated by Dr. Eskandari. And you see here the different layers of metallurgical processes in Tal Iblis, and by greater magnification, we can see also the remainings of copper and also coal ash for metallurgical processes in the extracted layers. And slags give us, of course, additionally some information about the ore, about the fluxes, about the furnace construction, about the kind of ashes, which kind of ash they have been used for firing. And they give us information about the process condition, heating condition, oxidation or reduction. I don't like to boring you with this chemical processes just now. And of course, they give us something about the cooling condition, because if each metal has a very precise and very specific cooling condition. And by this way, I can also understand about the original alloying processes. About the original alloying process, I tell you in my next slide. And of course, the weathering. But what will be melted in the slags? Ores as the metal-bearing materials. And what kind of the ores? I told you that in copper technology, we have to do with oxides and sulfides and sometimes carbonate. But at the beginning of history of metallurgy, the people, they looked only on the surface of the area, and therefore they have been something they considered always the objects which have been oxidized. It means that oxides was the first stones bearing metals that have been extracted by the people because they have been collected on the surface. And by developing the technology and by developing the human history, they understand how they can go deeper in the earth and they can use the sulfide materials. But what is the difference between these two kinds of ores? By the oxides, if we would like to reach copper from the oxides, we need to get oxides from the copper. It is very simple. It's called reduction process. And you can produce reduction by use of ashes, of course, and plant ash mainly. And the coal, they try to reduce the metal oxide here. And these metal oxides get lost the oxygen, and you have, or the people had, the copper. Very simple, because it was the first step of metallurgy, metal oxide extraction. But in the second step, they try to use the sulfide. And by using the sulfide, they have to have the baking process, such as the people previously done with oxides, according to the reduction process. But in this case, they have problem because you cannot get lost sulfide very easily as oxide by plant ash or something. You have to bake sulfide. And by this way, some of the sulfides will be remained in the metals because the process was not always very completely, such as nowadays. And by this way, they try to have a solution. Which kind of the solution? They try to use another techniques for smelting. It means that baking process in a very higher furnaces that you see here. This is one of the figure of 3,000 copper furnace in central part of the Iran. And by this way, they try to bake sulfide, and according to the baking of the sulfide, the product of the baking will be metal oxide, and after that, metal oxide would be through reduction process to metal oxides. It means that by sulfidic ores, they have two-step metallurgical process: baking of sulfide and getting oxygen. And in this process, because as I told you, the process was didn't carry out completely, it remained something as slags. And the slags, they have different parts because they have been heated and they have been gathered actually in these parts between gas and between metals. And for this reason, the slags, they have bubbles because they have been exposed to high temperature, and they enriched in bimetallic artifacts. And slags contain here the remains of coal, which is very important for dating, because if you measure the coal or dated the coal from the slags, then you have dated exactly the metallurgical date or date of metallurgical process. And on the other side, at the bottom, They have extracted the raw materials, and the alloying process, or the alloys which originally enriched in the ores. And in this case, we are coming to the arsenic alloying, or arsenic bronze, and after that to the tin bronze. Arsenic bronze, arsenic is an alloy which is enriched through the nature of the stones. But tin bronze is the bronze which have been experimentally added to the copper. And by this way, we have many different chemical composition of the metallurgical objects in Iran. For example, copper 90T98, arsenic, tin, it will be very important, from 4% to 10%. It's called low tin bronze or high tin bronze. And of course, we have 1 till 4% arsenic, which is very important because the first alloying processes in Iran was the arsenic processes. And of course, the temperature, we can measure the temperature by using the chemical composition of the silicates in the slags. And they are the firelight. And if the firelight appears, here is firelight, the temperature is exactly in this reddish area, and it's about 1200, which is very common temperature for metallurgical process. And in Iran, and in southeast of Iran, here you can see the very interesting accumulation of the arsenic-bearing materials. And here we have also the lead, zinc, and silver mines. And the question will be that in this case, from eastern part to the Austin, from Orient to the Occident, the technology have been increased from the arsenical copper to the tin copper. But how? It was my first question, if the people knew that exactly or accidentally. We have collected some samples from different places, as Dr. Nasir Eskadan shows you, of course, the archaeological areas. They are the places in the southern part of the Giroft, and we have also the design of these materials. And we see in the material, in the optical microscopy, this very bluish color, and this blue color, they are arsenic. And it means that these bronzes, they have been made by arsenic copper, because they are, we call them domikite, but they are very important because they produce through the arsenical copper and through the originally arsenical copper, not the arsenic which have been added to the raw mix. Arsenic couldn't be added because it's always a very little amount. And we have analyzed the metals here. You can see that in this area on the surface, we have much more arsenic. And in the core, we have no arsenic. Only we have, we have also as well arsenic in these things. But in the slags, we have no arsenic. It means that the mother rock have been extracted. Mother rock was arsenical copper, which produced me arsenical bronze. And the slags, they didn't have arsenic. But in the another objects, they are from Konar Sandal area. We see exactly in the middle of the metals, the enrichment of tin and no arsenic. You see tin, lead, a little bit also silver. But interesting part is that in the slags, we can find too much arsenics. It means arsenic copper have been refined to tin copper. In this area, the people, they didn't change the technology. They didn't use neo materials. They have used old materials, but refine them. They have tried to push out the arsenic from the metals by new, perhaps, methods, and they produce, in this case, the arsenic copper. Also, everywhere we can see a high amount of arsenic in the slags, but in the metals, nothing. And this comes at the end to the graphical synopsis of these talks, that the arsenical development or the bronze development from the Orient to the Occident of Iranian plateau was at the first a metal extraction, but through the increasing of or development, through developing of the technology from metal extraction, become through the metal refining. And after metal refining, we come to the new period of tin bronze. And from the arsenic bronze to tin bronze, it was not an accidental process. It was just an experimental process with a great know-how, which can be found and which can be traced in southeast of Iran, in the neighbors to Pakistan and Afghanistan. And of course, we come to the western part of the Iran, where the tin bronze could be a very interesting or a very in objects through the history. But at the beginning was arsenic copper in southeast, and through the metal refining, we come to the greater metallurgical processes. By these things, thank you so much for your attention, and I hope that I didn't bore you too much with this talk, and will be very pleased for your comments and questions, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, respected Muhammad Amin Imami sir, for very informative lecture. So we have Neda Amir Muhammad madam. She is a student of Professor Muhammad Amin Imami sir, and on this occasion she would like to share something with us. Neda ma'am?
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to start with the welcoming to my professors, my co-guide, respected Dr. Nasir Eskandari and Dr. Muhammad Amin Imami, to this webinar. Indeed, it was an honor for us that you could share your precious time and knowledge on the many trends and approaches in archaeology today. It was an incredibly informative session. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the Department of Archaeology at the Solapur University and all the organizers for the discipline and great organizing this seminar. And also special my thanks to Professor Maya Patil, the head of Department of Archaeology, Solapur University, and my special thanks to dear Dr. Asta ma'am for all her great help. Thank you, and a special my co-guide, Dr. Nasir Eskandari. It's good to see you, and Dr. Professor and also Dr. Muhammad Amin Imami. It's great to see you, and hope to see you all in Iran too.
Thank you, dear Meda ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I request chairman of the session, Dr. Gautam Kamble sir, to give his comments.
So before I will give some comments, if there is any questions or the people want to know any additional information from both the speakers, then please go ahead. Please ask all.
Yes, we have one or two questions. Dr.
Yes, please.
is asking. 1 minute.
Many thanks, Dr. Nasir Eskandari and Professor Imami, for very informative talk. And there are a few students of Solapur University. They have questions like evolution of cast technique in copper in Iran region. And second question by one of the students, they want whether the metal is present in any slag, and what could be the minimum and maximum content of the metal would be in the slag. So that might be like very general questions by students, but I'm sure they will be very happy, like if both of you will answer them, and they will be very encouraged. So I think only these two questions, and then there are many feedbacks, like many appreciations and many congratulatory messages are there in our comment box of YouTube. So, but only these two questions we have found so far in our chat box that could be answered by both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Nasir, you first.
That is your question, Dr. Emami, please.
Okay. About the first question of casting mythology. The casting mythology have actually a great evidences from 3000 BC, exactly also in southeast of the Iran, we have the evidence of casting. And evidence of casting in bronze and in copper materials, such as in Shahdad, in Jirov, in Tal Eblis. I know that Dr. Eskandari have excavated and found many crucibles, of course, and also there's some tegels, actually these plates for casting. And after that, the casting mythology, they have been developed from the southeast of Iran to the southwest of the Iran. And we can see, of course, not exactly joined with this southern part, but we have seen a very interesting casting processes in northern part of the Iran, in Damghan region, the areas of, which areas was that in Damghan? Oh God, Sad Darwaze. And in this area, we have also the evidence of casting. The second question about, it was very interesting question, the second question, how much slags can be produced through how much metals, if I understood correctly? It depends on the technology and it depends on the furnaces. We cannot say that 1 kilo copper produced 200 gram slags always, because it depends on the process. We see the region. If the region is a huge by 10 meters or 50 meters, and the amount of the slags is very important. If you have the great part of the slags, such a block, actually it's not so old. It's a very new slags, and they have been produced through a very well extractions processes. But if you have a very little slags, they are, for the first, they are very old, and on the other side, they can be produced in a very different way, in a very different amount. But normally we take about 1 ton metals, which is not so much, 1 ton copper. You can have about 100, 150 slags, mathematically 1:8 conditions or ratios. I hope I can answer the questions. Ashta, if I say correct, I hope that I could answer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any questions? Any more?
I think only these two questions were raised by students.
Okay.
Apart from that, only the congratulatory messages and compliments about the talk.
Okay. So, we are
Welcome,
proceeding
sir. Shinde sir, welcome.
So we are heading for this second session of special lectures, Chairman's remarks. I request Professor Dr. Gautam Kamble sir to give his remarks.
Thank you very much. Now we are in the second special session about our today's online international webinar. I think this is a very good and enlightened session. In this session, Dr. Nasir Eskadan, he covered in his brief presentation. I think from Occident to Orient, he has nicely a collection of the archaeological sites and excavation site in Iran, and we have also enjoyed that photographs and all these things which we have shown through the PPT. I think intercultural style, that carvel vessels, all these things they have mentioned in his presentation, and emergence of civilization in Iran also he given in his presentation. I think that the overall about his presentation was very good, and really that the students of archaeology, they enjoyed it. The man who have detailed analyze about the archaeometallurgy, I think these issues are very important nowadays in archaeology, and he nicely explained how that the archaeometallurgy as an interdisciplinary. So now people are getting the knowledge from this particular discipline now, then how this archaeology and archaeometallurgy as an interdisciplinary part in the mainstream of academics. I think that Dr. Imami sir is covered research strategy, objects and subjects also, methods of basic overall approaches to a problem, and how that the techniques, especially specific tools, procedure used, all these they have nicely covered in his presentation. And in case of the archaeological dating, relative chromatic dating also he has covered. I think that I'm not a person of archaeology, but I really enjoyed this session. It is very, very informative session. On behalf of School of Social Science, I thank you to both of the resource person, those who have shared their knowledge with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Gautam Kamble, sir. Now I request Dr. Prabhakar Kolekar, sir, to propose a vote of thanks for this session.
Namaskar. I'm here to propose a vote of thanks of today's second session. I'm very fortunate to listen this kind of scholarly lecture from the both the resource person from the Iran. In this session, Dr. Amin Imami and Dr. Nasir sir did the scholarly speech on the Occidental and Oriental interreligion and obsidians of the metrology in Southeast Iran. The archaeological and both the speaker gave us the information about the archaeological background of the Iran and the scientific research what is going on into the Iran. And me and our student and our scholar enjoyed a lot from, learned a lot from your talk, sir. It's give me the immense pleasure. Mention one thing that the people from the Maharashtra excavate so many sites and take the assistance from the chemistry department, physics department, and other science department. We are doing same thing into the Maharashtra as well as in India. So this is the best lecture for me and our students. So thankful. I'm very thankful to both the research program from the behalf of the School of Social Sciences, Department of Ancient Indian History, Archaeology, and the Punyashlok Ahilyadevi Holkar School of University. I'm also thankful to today's chairperson of this session, our director, Dr. Gautam Kamble sir, to being present and express his views on this session. I'm also thankful to our head of department, Dr. Maya Patil madam, to present the welcome speech and the introduction of the speakers. I'm also thankful to Dr. Yashwini Kamble madam, as well as participants from the various parts of the nation, and Asta madam, as well as Madik sir to technical assistance. And I'm also thankful to Dr. Devkar and Ms. Naneshwari to her supports of the success this session. Thank you. Thank you, Walana.
Sir, Amin Imami sir, you would like to share something?
No, it was an honor for me to be with you in this day. Thank you so much. It was a great honor for me.
Same here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you both of you. It was a really nice session.
I would like to thank you again for organizing this very informative and effective seminar, and for having us with you. And also I would like to say hello to Professor Shinde. and nice to see you, even virtually.
Yes, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am, shall we move ahead with valedictorian?
Yes, sure. Sir is there. And Vikas Patil sir is also there.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Archaeology gives a sense of place. It grounds us within the landscape, and every place is unique. Archaeology can also give an understanding of where we come from. With this quote of Stephen Dean, I would like to start this valedictory session. A very warm welcome, assembly of intellectuals, chief guests, professors, students, and ladies and gentlemen. We are present here through online platform for one-day international seminar organized by Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology, School of Social Sciences, Punyashloka Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Maharashtra, India. This webinar devoted to the theme Recent Trends and Multidisciplinary Approach in Archaeology. Let me first acknowledge the presence of some of our eminent guests. It is indeed our pleasure to have amongst us President of the valedictory section, Professor Dr. Vikas Patil, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor in Charge, Punyashloka Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Professor Dr. Vasant Shinde, former Director General, National Maritime Heritage Complex, Lothal, former Vice Chancellor, Deccan College of Postgraduate and Research Institute, Deemed University, Pune. Welcome, sir. Then respected Professor Dr. Gautam Kamble, Director, School of Social Sciences, respected Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am, Head of the Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology Department, our esteemed faculty members, respected Dr. Prabhakar Kolekar, respected Dr. Ravindra Chinsolkar, respected Dr. Prakash Vankade, sir. I welcome again all the dignitaries on this intellectual platform. So we will begin with the welcome speech and introduction of this valedictory session with Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries of our last session and valedictory function of this seminar, Professor Vasant Shinde sir, CSIR Bhatnagar Fellow, CCMB Hyderabad, former Director General of National Maritime Heritage Complex, Lothal, former Vice Chancellor, Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune, Professor V.B. Patil sir, in charge Director and Pro Vice Chancellor of Punyashloka Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur, Professor G.S. Kamble sir, Dr. R.B. Chinsolkar sir, and one and all. Now, we have wonderful session earlier. Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, Professor Kamble sir discussed very nicely about the problems in education. Then Dr. Veena Mushrif has very scholarly pointed out some problems in anthropology or anthropological aspect in archaeology. She explained about osteoarchaeology, burials, and socio-religious economical conditions of that time. Professor Imami has done a brilliant presentation about archaeometallurgy and applied mineralogy. He covered all aspects of mineralogy in archaeology. Dr. Nasir Eskadan his presentation was very interesting. He presented metallurgy, which is used in Indus Valley civilization. Now we are waiting for and eager to know the recent trend in archaeology, that is the new research done by Professor V.S. Shinde sir in Rakhigadi and his new approach about that. We all know he is a very senior and great scholar from India. This session is chaired by another great scholar from Physics Department, V.B. Patil sir from Punyashloka Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. Our director, Professor G.S. Kamble, is also third scholar of this session. He is from economics and rural development background. We have excellent speakers today, and response from scholars and students is very good. Welcome to you all, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, respected Dr. Maya Patil, ma'am. Now I Professor Dr. Gautam Kamble sir to give his remarks.
Thank you. Honorable valedictory guest, Professor Vasant Shinde sir, President of this valedictory session, Professor V. Patil, who is today in charge Vice Chancellor of our university, coordinator of this webinar, and head of the department, Dr. Maya Patil madam, Dr. Kolekar sir, and other my dear colleagues. I think our School of Social Science is engaging science because in this entire last 1 and 2 months, we have organized many activities. I think that the last week also we have organized one international webinar on recent trends in the economics oriented issues. Today we have gathered here for the webinar on recent trends in archaeology, and from tomorrow we are going to organize one more international webinar on mass communication. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow also, 2 days international webinar will be there. People from US and from other countries also, they are going to connect it with us. I'm happy that our Dr. Maya Patil madam is organized very systematically this webinar, and there are many scholars. They have attended today's webinar, especially from Iran or from the other institute also. I think Revan Singh is from Sri Lanka. We have listened from his speech from audio, and I know that how Dr. Professor Vasant Shinde is especially in the archaeology, and he is very familiar with our department and our school, and he given many insights, and his contribution in the archaeology is very high. So I'm very happy, and I'm looking forward to listen about his lecture, especially valedictory speech. At the outset, I congratulate to Dr. Maya Patil madam and her entire department, faculty, who is very systematically organized this webinar. I'm not a person, I already said in the special session that I'm not a person of this archaeology, but from the morning, I'm enjoying, and I'm listening, I'm learning what is the new trends in archaeology issues, and it's definitely that recent trends or the new issues are definitely helpful for the students, the researchers, and the fraternity of the archaeology. I know that we have developed a very good archaeological museum, and those resource persons from especially from Iran, our Vice Chancellor also invited, but as a director of the School of Social Science, I also invited to you people, please visit and give your intellectual inputs to our archaeological museum, how it will enrich in the coming days. With brief these remarks, I have stopped here because I'm very exciting to listen from Vasant Shinde sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, sure. Thank you so much for your remarks. Now I request respected Dr. Ravindra Chinsolkar sir to give introduction of today's renowned valedictory chief guest, on Professor Dr. Vasant Shinde sir.
Thank you, Tejaswini madam. I am here to introduce our chief guest. I feel extremely honored to introduce Professor known as Harappan King for his dedicated research work in the field of archaeology. For the last 42 years, he has been working in the field of archaeological research. His research area is South Asian proto-history field archaeology. He is a renowned archaeologist and one of the foremost scholars in the South Asia. Professor Shinde sir is fellow of CSIR Bhatnagar Fellow and former Vice Chancellor of Deccan College, Postgraduate and Research Institute, which is a deemed university in Pune. He was adjunct professor at National Institute of Advanced Studies, IIC campus, Bangalore, and director of Rakhigari Research Project. Professor Shinde sir has been teaching the postgraduate course in archaeology since 1982. In addition to his teaching activities, Professor Shinde sir has also supervised a vast number of research students. 37 PhD scholars have completed their research under his supervision. He has also provided guidance to 15 visiting scholars from foreign countries. Professor Shinde sir has been a pioneer in archaeological research since last 43 years, specializing in the proto-history of South Asia, maritime history, as well as field archaeology. He has completed 16 major research projects, in the process of which he has collaborated with the scholars and institutes from around the world, from USA, United Kingdom, Japan, Iran, South Korea, and so on. Professor Shinde has been awarded a number of honors and scholarships from various national and international bodies in the course of his academic career. Two of the most noteworthy are 100 most influential Vice Chancellor by the World Education Congress, and second is Devang Mehta National Education Award for outstanding contribution to education. Professor Shinde sir has delivered more than 225 special lectures in different parts of India and 48 institutes abroad. He is member of 20 national and international academic bodies. He has attended and presented his research in a large number of conferences in India and abroad. Contribution of Professor Shinde sir to archaeology in India and abroad take a form of a large number of research papers, edited volume, and other publications comprising 13 books, 2 monographs, 19 edited books and journals, 133 papers in national journals, books, and 74 research papers in international journals, books alone. In addition to 24 popular articles in magazines and other periodicals. Professor Shinde sir participated in more than 184 national and international seminars and conferences and organized at least a dozen national and international seminars and conferences in various parts of South Asia, including Iran. I'm thankful to organizers for giving me opportunity to introduce Professor Shinde sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra Chinsolkar, sir. Now I request Honorable Professor Dr. Vasant Shinde, sir, to deliver his conversation and enlighten us with his expert talk.
Sir, please unmute yourself.
Mute, sir. You are.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I am so happy to see all of you. First, I would like to thank Professor Chinsolkar for the introduction, a big introduction. I also I am happy to see Professor Kamble, Professor Vikas Patil, Professor Maya Patil, my good friends from Iran, Professor Amimi and Professor Eskandari. I'm so happy to see them here. I'm extremely happy that this Ahilyadevi Solapur University has organized this very important seminar, international seminar. And the topic of the seminar is also interesting because there is a lot of new researches happening in the field. And by applying these new researches, new technologies, we have been generating a lot of new data. And this new data that we are generating now, that is changing the perspective of history, not only in India, but outside India also. So today, I'm extremely happy to be with you. And I take this opportunity to thank Professor Maya Patil and the organizers for inviting me in this. And I was really surprised to see my friends from Iran in this conference. Now today, I'll be also discussing about the new research that we have introduced in India. It is called archaeogenetic research, and how this research is changing the perspective of Indian history and also the early part of archaeology, and how important this research is for future. So these aspects, I'm going to discuss, with the help of my PPT. I will share my PPT with you. Can you see my PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So it is, the recent archaeogenetic research that we have done in fact at the site of Rakhigarhi, and this research is enabling us to understand about the people and also about the early genetic dispersal in South Asia and beyond. Now, this is a very important issue in Indian archaeology. You know that the site of Rakhigarhi is a very important site of Harappan civilization, perhaps the biggest Harappan city. And you know the significance of the discovery of the Harappan civilization exactly 100 years ago. We are celebrating the centenary year of the discovery of the Harappan civilization. And when it was discovered in the beginning, maybe in 1920s, it was considered to be the biggest archaeological discovery anywhere in 20th century. Not only because the Harappan civilization was contemporary to the Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilizations, but also before the discovery of the Harappan civilization, it was always thought that there's a big gap in the history of country. And some of the earlier historians, particularly Vincent Smith and other scholars who wrote books on early Indian history, they always mention that there's a big gap in the history of the country. And they say that India jumps from Stone Age to the Stupa period or the Buddhist period. So the discovery has pushed back the antiquity of the settled life by almost 3,000 years at one stroke. And now in fact, India boasts of a continuous history of almost last 2 million years, that is 20 lakh years. So that was the significance of the discovery of the Harappan civilization. And exactly after 100 years, we initiated a new research, on the Harappan people. And for the first time, we have been able to tell the world who are the Harappan people. We have reconstructed the genetic history of the people, and this research has come exactly after 100 years. Now, the importance of the site of Rakhigarhi, which is in the state of Haryana, roughly 150 kilometers to the north of Delhi. Now, this is the biggest Harappan city, much bigger than the city of Mohenjo-daro, which was thought to be the biggest Harappan city before the discovery or the research at the site of Rakhigarhi. So that is one important part of our research. The second important part that we have also carried out limited problem-oriented excavation, and this excavation has shed light on the transition from early Harappan to the mature Harappan or the Harappan civilization, and how that transition has occurred in their maybe in their material culture, how that developmental stages are clear in fact in the in the excavation. So that data has shed enough light in fact on the transition from early culture to the most prosperous phase of the Harappan civilization. And also we have been able to understand the cultural development of site. And apart from that, of course, the biggest research at the site of Archaeology is on the ancient DNA. Now, this is for the first time, that we have carried out ancient DNA research in the country. Rather, we tried before, but this was a successful, ancient DNA research in the country, which was completed in 2019, with the publication of our research article in Shell Journal. So most of the earlier hypotheses regarding the people, were based on mere inferences. They were unscientific, based on mere inferences. And now we can claim that for the first time we have the scientific evidence about about the people. And here in fact, I'm discussing about the the continuity for last almost 10,000 years in both in fact the archaeological data as well as in the genetic data also. And the third research that we did apart from archaeological and genetic research was the craniofacial reconstruction of the Harappan people, which was also done for the first time in South Asia. And this, the craniofacial or the 3D reconstruction of the Harappan facial features, that is also a very, very important part. So now we have three different kinds of evidences available. One is the archaeological evidence, which is very, very very clear in the excavation. We also have genetic information, and also we have craniofacial information. The research approaches that we had, I would like to mention about that also. What was the research approach? Initially, this research, entire research was planned only by Indian scholars. The archaeological excavation was done by Indian scholars. The genetic research was done by the Indian scholars. And we were about to publish our research in 2017. But then we realized that perhaps, this is a new kind of research. And perhaps the scholars from maybe West or America, they might, have some suspicion about our research. They might say that, maybe you're not done this part, you're not done that part. This analysis is not done, that analysis is not done. So they will find some lacunas in our research. So what we decided, after our research was completed in India, we made 3 samples of the material. And the samples, one of course was analyzed by us in India. The second was analyzed by, we sent to the Harvard University, Harvard Medical School, which has got perhaps the biggest ancient DNA lab. And the third sample was sent to Seoul National University, which has got one of the finest forensic science department in the world. And what we suggested to these people, these scholars, that you only do the cross-checking. We have already done the analysis. We want cross-checking from you. And only after we receive the results of the cross-checking from Harvard and Seoul National University, then only we publish our results in 2019. So, the research that was carried out in Harvard on the samples provided by us, there were 16 scientists from 16 different countries involved in this. So roughly there were scientists from 20 countries who were part of this research. And this research is now acknowledged all over the world. So for the first time, it was multidisciplinary research. Archaeology, the genetic science, and various other sciences also were analyzed in this particular research. And also it was a multi-institutional research. Deccan College, the Department of Archaeology of Haryana, the Archaeological Survey of India, and also the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology in Hyderabad. Now, which is the only center in the country for ancient DNA research. So these different organizations were involved, and we decided to develop a multidisciplinary team for this particular research. So this is the kind of research we carried out. Now, many of you might recall this particular photograph. This is the photograph of the skeletal remains found in the upper part of Mohenjo-daro, and most of the British scholars who excavated the site of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, they were of the opinion that the Harappan people were the Dravidians, or the local uh, people who mostly today live in the southern part of India. So they're called the Dravidians, and they were of the opinion that the Aryans, so-called Aryans, in fact, came from outside, and these Aryans, they killed the local Dravidian people, and the skeletal remains that that were excavated in the street of Mohenjo-daro, they were thought to be the skeletal remains of the local Dravidian people who were killed by the so-called Aryans. So this was all the hypothesis which was strongly put forth by Sir Mortimer Wheeler. Now that hypothesis has turned out to be a mere myth. It is not a reality, because these skeletal remains were subsequently studied by a famous anthropologist, Kenneth Kennedy from USA. And Kenneth Kennedy did not find any injury marks on the body of these people, of these skeletal remains. And therefore, he concluded that these people did not die in any kind of skirmishes or fight. Probably these people died because of two reasons. Maybe there was some kind of epidemic happening that time, like COVID today, or the other reason could be that they could have died because of suffocation, because these skeletal remains were found in the flood deposit, and the Indus River has a history of floods, and in the excavation at Mohenjo-daro, three different events of floods were identified. The two events happened when the Harappan economy was very sound, but the last flood happened around maybe 2000 or 1900 BC, when the Harappan economy had started declining. And after this flood, this flood caused heavy damage, and a lot of people died in the flood. And these are probably the people who died in the flood, because the remains are found in the flood deposit. So certainly, these people were not killed by any invading people, but they died because of some natural calamities. So that is now now proved scientifically. Now I will talk more about the people in South Asia. I think as far as the Stone Age people are concerned, we do not have any idea in fact who are the people. The general belief is that the Stone Age people were from Africa. They began to spread in different parts of the world, and maybe some people came to Indian subcontinent. They landed on the coastal part of India, and then of course spread in other parts of the India. But we do not have any scientific evidence in this respect, so we cannot really talk much about the people from roughly from 2 million to 10,000 years ago. So we have very little idea about these people. But now we have the evidence about the people from the beginning of settled life, which goes back to 7,000 or 7,500 BCE, or which is around 9,000 years old. Now, from that period onward, we know now who are these people. And we, of course, we have a continuous sequence from 7,000 BCE to the beginning of the early strike period in Indian subcontinent, and even after early strike period also, there is a continuity, continuous, in the continuity in the cultural history of this area. So, India is perhaps one of the few countries in the world where we can see this type of continuous cultural continuity for such a long period. So that this is the sequence of that. Now, it was earlier thought that maybe the agriculture originated somewhere in Mesopotamia in West Asia, and the agriculture communities from there began to disperse in different parts of the world. And one branch of that also came to Indian subcontinent. That was the earlier view. But now research carried out in different regions in India, in Mesopotamia, in Iran, Egypt, China, etc. Now it has become clear that that there is an independent development of agriculture in these regions, and the development of the cultures was happening independently. But at the same time, right from the beginning of settled life, there was a lot of maybe contact with each other. All these people were connected to each other by by trade at some stage, and a lot of mixing was happening right from the beginning of the settled life, mixing in the in the genetic history or genetic flow, and also mixing in the cultural elements also. So that mixing is very evident in the archaeological data that is excavated in different parts. Now here you can see part of the Harappan civilization area, which is roughly 2 million square kilometer. And then of course you can see the ancient regions called Magan and Dilmun, which have been mentioned in the in the Mesopotamian text. And also you can see the area of the Sumerian or the Mesopotamian culture and the Egyptian culture on this side. So all these cultures, there are people in Iran, in Mesopotamia, in Egypt, etc. So all of them had very strong interaction, contact with each other because of the trade. This is the area of the Harappan civilization, very extensive. We have discovered nearly 2,000 Harappan sites so far in this area, and out of 2,000, there are only 5 Harappan cities. The others, settlements are in different categories. Maybe there are some Harappan, maybe regional centers. There are agricultural settlements, big and small settlements. There is the Harappan ports and even manufacturing centers. These are the different categories of the settlement. And here in this map, you can see the location of the site of Rakhigarhi, which is now the biggest Harappan city, followed by Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Dholavira, and Ganviriwala. And most of the Harappan sites are found between these 2 river basins. One is the Indus River, which emerges in the foothills of the Himalayas and flows to India and then Pakistan and then meets the Arabian Sea. And the other region or the other river basin is the Ghaggar Hakra, which is now identified as the Rigvedic Saraswati region. So these are the 2 river basins which are very important, very fertile, and most of the Harappan settlements were located in these 2 river basins. As far as river Saraswati is concerned, the Ghaggar Hakra river is concerned, the identification efforts were made right from maybe 1746. This is the earliest map prepared during the Mughal period by one Greek cartographer, sorry, the Dutch cartographer. And here he has already mentioned about the name of the river as the Saraswati River. So Saraswati was known, and the recent satellite imagery photography analysis done by the Indian Space Research Organization and various other scientific institutions have clearly reconstructed the course of river Saraswati. You can see, it is flowing, it emerges in the foothills of Himalayas, and then of course, flows through Punjab, then Haryana, then part of Rajasthan, and then it enters into Pakistan. And in Pakistan, it goes down in part at, near Cholistan, and goes straight down into the, Gulf of Cambay at some stage. So this is the entire course of the river Saraswati, and we have discovered a number of sites. The river is not flowing today, of course. It is dry river, or it has disappeared sometimes. But there are a number of settlements found along the river banks, and you can see that there are a large number of settlements. In fact, the concentration of the Harappan sites is more in the Saraswati basin than in the Indus River basin, and that shows the importance or the significance of these. So in Indian subcontinent, we have the earliest evidence, and this earliest evidence is found at the site of Mehergarh. You can see this is the site of Mehergarh, which has a thick deposit. And in this thick deposit, one can see at the base the beginning of the settled life, and then of course there there are 7, 8 different stages of development identified here. And one can see the transformation of these cultures from very, very simple beginning to the urban state at one stage. So this site gives us complete history of the settlement or the cultural developments in this part. In these earliest levels, we have the evidence of domestication of animals. Uh, Animals like this cattle, sheep and goat, and even dogs. They were domesticated in that stage. Then we also have the evidence of wheat and barley. Actual remains were found, and these are the specimens of the domesticated wheat and barley crops which were cultivated by the early farmers in this region. Also, we have the evidence about the systematic or some kind of ceremonious burial practices followed by the people right from the beginning of settled life. And most of the burials are found within the settlement, inside the settlement, either below the living floor or in the courtyard. And you can see that along with the dead bodies, there were a number of goods which were placed in the pit. So that shows that people believed in life after death right from the beginning. And, hello.
Continue.
Yes,
Hello,
sir.
you can see.
Yes, sir. Continue.
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
So, people believed in fact in life after death right from the beginning. And then this, this custom continues into the Harappan period also. The only difference between the early burials, and the Harappan burials is that Harappans started burying the dead bodies in separate cemetery or graveyard, whereas the early people before the Harappans, they buried within the settlement. Otherwise, same customs continued. In the Harappan burials also, we find a lot of burial goods. So that concept that there is a second life that continues, from this stage to the Harappan stage also. And these are the different crafts, that these people started making. So that, the archaeological data clearly indicates, that, this is a beginning happening in the Indian subcontinent, and probably the local people started developing these different crafts by, simple trial and error method, and they have developed these basic technologies. So we do find, a lot of developments in these technologies, and most of the technologies, or what we call as the basic technologies, now they were perfected during the Harappan period. So that kind of evidence is found. We have. Also, I mentioned that right from the early stage, people had developed contact with different regions for trade purpose. Now we can see these are the materials from the site of Mehergarh, which is at the Bolan Pass in Pakistan. And here, we have found some shell objects, and the analysis of the shell revealed that this particular shell comes from the Karachi coast, and Karachi is roughly almost 900 kilometers away from Mehergarh. And also, there are some artifacts or jewelry made of the mother of pearl, which has come from Oman. So this also shows that these people started developing maritime contacts right from the beginning of the settled life. So Oman is again quite far, maybe 1200 to 1500 kilometers away from Mehergarh. So they develop contact with such a far off places. So because of this contact, a lot of cultural elements were also exchanged, and a lot of genetic signatures also were mixed and exchanged because of this movement, and that is reflected. And then, of course, I will show you the site of Rakhigarhi where we carried out our main excavation. You can see these are the number of different localities. We call them as mounds, and here you can see clearly these are some of the different parts of the mound. The site was very extensive, nearly 550 hectare in size, the biggest archaeological site in the Indian subcontinent. But you can see that in a major portion of the site, the portion which is shown in gray color, that is all, it is a part of the site, but it is all under modern occupation. So a lot of people are living in fact on the site, and only a small portion, maybe 50 to 60 hectare site is visible and protected. And today, of course, this part of the site is protected by the Archaeological Survey of India. So even though it was very big site, people have destroyed the major portion of the site. but we could, calculate or measure the total area when we started our research at the site. And here you can see this is a part of the site which is, well preserved. And this part of the site is protected by the Archaeological Survey of India as the national monument, and also this part. Whereas, you can see nearly 10,000 people are living on the, other part of the settlement. So there's a lot of, human interference happening at the site. And the first excavation that we conducted was to understand the cultural transformation from early Harappan to the mature Harappan or the Harappan civilization. And that was very well reflected in the data in the excavation that we undertook. We did find, this transition in the structural activities at the site. And we have the, very, very simple pit-like structures in the early stage, which are underground pits. And then, of course, you can see these are some of the clusters of the pit that we found. These are called the pit dwellings. So the size of the pit in the cluster varies. Maybe big size pit was used for living purpose. A small size pit was used for cooking and storage purpose. And you can see in situ evidence, but in one of the pits, in fact, we found in situ evidence of pottery and also the domestic hearth, and even the evidence indicating the dwelling activities at the site. So this type of evidence was found in the early stage. In the second stage, now we find similar kind of circular structures, but now these structures are located on the ground. So you can see part of the circular structure excavated. This is in the second stage. In the third stage, of course, these structures are proper now, typical Harappan structures. They have started using mud bricks and burnt bricks for the construction. Mostly the burnt bricks were used for developing or constructing bathrooms and toilets, whereas the mud bricks were used for constructing the walls. Even the tandoor is found in the early level. This is dated to around 3200 BC. So this is in the third stage. In the fourth stage, you can see a proper modicum of planning. Now the typical Harappan, town planning is emerging in this particular phase. This is the fourth phase. And here you can see, the concept of a main street here, small street, lanes and by-lanes, structures looks on both sides. So this is the kind of evidence we find in the fourth stage. And in the last stage, fifth stage, a full-fledged town planning comes into existence. So now we know that how this town planning has come into existence. It has not come suddenly, but there is a long precedence, and that precedence is very well reflected in the archaeological data that we excavated at site. Now similar development or transformation is also noticed in the ceramic industry also. Now this is the kind of ceramic that we find in the lowermost levels, which is handmade, crude, not well finished, and very simple ceramic that is found in the lowermost levels. In the middle level, the color of the pottery has started changing. The technology has started changing. They have started using slow table for making this pottery, and the pottery is well finished and well baked also in this particular stage. And in the last stage, of course, we find the emergence of the classical Harappan pottery. So for this also, we have strong evidence about the gradual development. This particular technology also was developed gradually. And then in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, most of the technologies which were introduced maybe around 7,000, 7,500 BC, they were perfected in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC. And now the pottery is made on fast wheel. It is perfectly, fired. They have used very fine raw material for making this pottery. It is fully, decorated, and it is made on very, fast wheel also. So this is the kind of pottery we find. Then I come to the, the most important part, the genetic or the ancient DNA research that we initiated this. Now this research was initiated, in fact, at the site of Farmana. You can see this, at Farmana, we excavated the largest cemetery of the Harappans. Here, more than 100 burials were excavated. But the method that we adopted was not conducive for ancient DNA research. We just followed the conventional method that was followed in most part of the country. So this is how we excavated the burials, large number of burials. We did not take any precaution as such that needs to be taken. And then we kept these burials open for almost 2 to 3 months because we wanted people to come and see the burials. So this was not the conducive method for the genetic research or the archaeogenetic research. And then, of course, we came in contact with maybe the scholars from Korea, and they suggested us that the method of excavation needs to be changed, and they suggested us in a different method. And this is the cemetery at the site of Rakhigadi, which is roughly 1 kilometer away from the settlement. And here we initiated, this our ancient DNA research. And this is again for the first time that this research was continued at the site of Rakhigadi. So what we did in fact, we took proper precaution. Now this type of precaution needs to be taken when any burial site is excavated, any ancient burial site is excavated, because the modern DNA can mix up with the ancient DNA easily, and it is sometimes difficult to separate modern and ancient DNA. So for this purpose, we use this gear. In fact, this is not a corona warrior, but this is a burial warrior. So we had this, this complete, PPE kit. We also had, maybe separate digging instruments for different burials. So by taking this precaution, of course, we started excavating the burials, and because of this method, of course, we succeeded in getting DNA. Let me also tell you that the condition, the climatic condition, the condition of the soil is not at all conducive for the survival of DNA, for the preservation of DNA. But in spite of all this, we found the DNA, very strong DNA in the Harappan people. And this is for the first time that in Indian subcontinent, in South Asia, that we have succeeded in extracting DNA from such ancient remains. And that was possible due to our approach, methodology. Then all of us of course use the same precaution for excavating burials. These are some of the complete burials that we excavated. There are some maybe multiple burials also found. Also, burials give us on the basis of the burial goods, we can make some inference about the social and economic condition of the individual person, because there are some burials which are very rich in archaeological maybe material in burial goods, and there are some burials which are not very rich in burial goods. So we can make some inference about the standing of the people or the individual in the society. And then we also develop very strong methodology for identifying the ancient parasite eggs from the ancient burials. Of course, in our body, the formation of parasite eggs happens, and that is happens because of maybe contaminated food or water. And when the body is buried, the body disintegrates, but the parasite eggs can survive. And in Korea, they had extracted parasite eggs from ancient burials, and they could identify DNA of the person on the basis of parasite eggs. So we also started developing this particular field in the country. And for that, of course, we did very elaborate sampling. But unfortunately, of course, we did not succeed in getting any parasite eggs from the Harappan burials. Perhaps, the period is very ancient in this case. So at the site, what we did, our approach was very simple. We excavated one burial at a time, not all the burials at one and the same time, but one burial, we targeted. Immediately after the excavation, the burial was documented properly. Then the samples were packed like this. We took the precaution for packing, and then of course the samples were sent to our laboratory in Deccan College. And in laboratory also, the cleaning took place, and while cleaning the samples also, we took the same precaution. as we did in pattern at the site. And then our approach was very simple. We carried out the most of the possible scientific examination which was applied on the samples here, and these scientific analyses have provided us the plethora of information which otherwise we would not have found. We would have lost that had we not used these type of different methodologies, scientific methodologies. So we did first the anthropological examination of the samples that we excavated. Then we also did the CT scanning, and I will tell you why the CT scanning is required, because it requires for the craniofacial reconstruction that we did. Then, then as I mentioned that we also have developed the Paleo Parasitology, this new field in the country. So we have not succeeded, but this needs to be pursued. Maybe we can find samples invited at other sites, maybe slightly younger sites, like maybe Neolithic Chalcolithic sites or even Megalithic sites in the country. But this is a very important field that needs to be developed in the country, and we are developing that. And then, of course, we did sampling for the ancient DNA analysis, which we succeeded, and we have published that also. And then, of course, to understand the health and diet of the people, these are some of the different scientific analyses we undertook, like stable isotope analysis, then the starch grain analysis, residue analysis, lipid profile analysis, strontium. All the possible scientific examinations were done on the samples of Rakhigarhi. And because of that, we know now the complete health of the people. We know what kind of diet these people had. And now also we know for the first time what is the genetic history of the Harappans. So this is the skeletal remain. The lady, Harappan lady, age around 35 years old. Now this lady has given us a strong indication or the strong samples of the ancient DNA. And these samples were examined by us. And then, of course, we have found the first paper that we published. This is the first paper. An ancient Harappan genome lacks ancestry from steppe pastoralists or Iranian farmers. Because earlier it was thought that maybe the Iranian farmers were responsible for the maybe farming in South Asia. And the other hypothesis that perhaps the steppe pastoralists began to come into South Asia, and they started most of the early developments in this part. So in a different word, it was mentioned that that the so-called Aryans began to come from from steppe through Iran to Indian subcontinent. So that was the hypothesis. But now it is becoming clear that these neither Iranian population early farmers nor the steppe farmers have contributed to the development of the Southeastern ancestry. So this was the paper which was published, and this was the paper which was recognized as one of the top 9 breakthrough researches in the omic science or the genomic science by the International Conference on Genomics. This is the biggest international body which has identified 9 breakthrough researches in 2019, and Rakhigarhi research was one of them. So this means now this research is recognized by the scientific community all over the world now. So what, in a brief, I will tell you that what happens. We have, of course, analyzed the samples from the site of Rakhigarhi, dated to around 2500 BC. But by using this, this genome chronology or omic chronology, which is very, very important, we have tried to trace back the beginning of the ancestry that is found in the Harappans. Because the ancestry that is found, the genes found in the Harappans, they are very distinct. Neither they are similar to the Iranian genes nor the Central Asian genes, or we call them as the distinct South Asian genes. And these distinct South Asian genes started developing maybe around 10,000 BCE. That is the research that we did would lead to that. So what happens maybe around 10,000 BC, somewhere on the border of Iran, Afghanistan, the hunter-gatherers, maybe the last stage of hunter-gatherers, now they broke into 2 groups. One went to Iran and in the maybe middle part of Iran and further to Anatolia, and there is a lot of mixing happening, of the Iranians and the Anatolians at one stage in this part, and the other group came to South Asia, and this group, this group started developing its own very distinct genetic history here. So the genes found that here they're very distinct, and we don't find any mixing with Iranian population nor Anatolian, nor with with the Central Asian population here. And the genes which were developed maybe around 10,000 BCE. Now the same genes continue into the Harappans. And also what is interesting that we also did the analysis of the samples from different parts, from Iran, some one side from Iran, Shari Sokta, and one side from Gonur. The samples were available, so we also analyzed these samples from the site of Gonur also. And then of course we have the data from other sites, which clearly indicates the mixing was happening at some stage in the in this broader area. But we also did the analysis of the modern people, and we found that this most of the modern people, they are carrying the dominant Harappan genes. So we selected nearly 140 different groups, and we analyzed the samples of more than 2,500 people, modern people, and they included people from different religious groups, from different caste and creed. So intentionally we chose all the different groups, and what we found that the Harappan genes continued from Harappan times to the modern times, and the dominant gene is found in the population today over such a large area in South Asia, from Afghanistan to Bengal, and from Andaman Nicobar to Kashmir. Most of the people, no matter what religion or caste or creed they follow, most of them have a dominant maybe 25 to 30% Harappan genes, and the remaining of course is a mixed gene. Some genes coming from maybe Iran, from steppe region, from West Asia, from different parts, because these people had contact with different regions, and the movement was happening right from the early stage, and because of the movement of people, the mixing in the gene was also happening right from the early stage. But the main dominant gene of course is the South Asian gene, which has continued in South Asia without any break for last almost 10,000 or 12,000 years. So that is very, very important. So that this negates the so-called Aryan invasion theory. It is not really reflected in the data that we have analyzed, neither in archaeological data nor in genetic data. And therefore, we can say that that instead of calling the Aryan invasion, we can say that the movement of the people is happening from one region to another region right from the early stage, and at no stage we can see the evidence of any kind of invasion happening, and the introduction of any new population or new genes in South Asia. That is not happening at any stage. Secondly, the population, the analysis of the people from Shari Sokta and also from Gonur that we did, it clearly indicates that that Shari Sokta and the Harappan population, they had more or less same genes were there in fact. So that shows that there is a lot of movement happening between Iran, Central Asia, and Indian subcontinent, mostly the Harappan region. And we can say that you can see that these are the people from different parts of the modern people that we selected for our DNA research for comparative study. And we included people of different linguistic groups like Indo-Europeans, Dravidians, Austroasiatic, even Tibeto-Burman, etc. And also there are some linguistic isolated groups also in South Asia. So we included all for in our research, and no matter in fact what religion, what caste they're following, most of them have the common genes. Now here you can see the the location of Shari Sokta here in Iran, and the location of Gonur, and the site of Rakigadi. what we found that there are some genes found in these in the population of Gonur and Sharisokta. Those genes are from the Harappan area, but we don't find there's some of their genes in fact in the Harappan population. So this indicates that perhaps the Harappans first began to go out and establish contact, and that contact is very well reflected in the archaeological data also. In archaeological data, we have some material indicating contact with the Harappans, and now also we have the evidence of contact through the genetic history also in this. So this is a very important. And then how the Harappan ancestry began to move to other parts of South Asia. So somewhere in northwest, it happened around 7000 BC. Then the next oldest evidence of the settled life in the Indian subcontinent comes from Mid-Ganga basin at the site of Lahora Deva, 6500 BC. Then from there maybe to the southeast part of Rajasthan, Mewar region around 4500 BC. And in the rest of the country, in Deccan, South India, in eastern part, maybe between 3000 and 2500 BC. This is how the Harappan genes began to spread, disperse in different parts of South Asia. And maybe around maybe 2500 BC, the Harappan ancestry almost spread in the entire South Asia. So this is the kind of research that we have done. And also you can see that there are a number of contemporary cultures outside the Harappan region which had contact with the Harappans. And in Deccan, South India, there were some cultures which flourished after the decline of the urbanization, Harappan urbanization. And there also we find, in the archaeological data also we have the strong Harappan influence on their material culture. So, and also now we want to now understand, see what is the relation between Harappans and the contemporary population, particularly the Chalcolithic and Neolithic farmers which flourished outside the Harappan region. But there is some indication about how the movement was happening, movement of the cultural spread and the movement of the genetic spread in South Asia, particularly in the northwest, Deccan and South India. So Harappans were not the only culture that existed that time. There are a number of regional cultures on the western periphery of the Harappans and also on the eastern periphery of the Harappans. And these Harappans and this contemporary population, they had a very strong interaction with each other. So except Tibeto-Burman, most of these, the Andamanis, the Austroasiatic, Indo-Europeans and Dravidians, all of these people from Kashmir to Andaman and from Bengal to Afghanistan, most of them have strong Harappan gene present. So that means most of us are descendants of Harappans. And then you will wonder as to why there is so much complexion, ethnic differences are there. Now the ethnic differences or the complexion depends more upon the the geography of the region, what kind of food the people eat. It also depends on that. Then what is the climatic situation condition in that region, depends upon that the complexion is developed in fact. And also apart from that, how much mixing is happening with people or population from outside. So in case of North India, we have maybe more mixing of maybe the population from Iran, from Central Asia, even from West Asia, because that is the North India is closer to them. Whereas in South India, we have more mixing of people from Africa. Because of that, we can see the complexion differences in this. And then, of course, the last part of this research that I would like to mention is our craniofacial reconstruction. The first time that we have done this research. So this is the Harappan boy around 19 years old, a very complete skeletal remains. And then, of course, this is the Harappan woman around 45 years old. So we have done the facial reconstruction of these two. And for facial reconstruction, of course, we need the matrix data, the data of the measurements of bones that we collected that and we fed that in the computer. And also the CT scan is required because we need to have the inner anatomy data also for the reconstruction purpose. And we got that data through CT scanning of the skeletal remains. And this both, in fact, the matrix data and the CT scanning data was fed into the computer. And now how the computer has generated the or reconstructed the facial feature of the Harappan that you can see clearly here, step by step. So maybe the skull portion was initially completed, the broken portion was, the damaged portion was reconstructed first. Then the bloods and the muscles, etc. were put on, and then finally the skin portion was put on that. And here also you can see this is a Harappan boy and modern boy, the Harappan woman and the modern woman. You can see the difference. There is no difference in fact. There is so much similarity. So there is also continuity in this also. So we have seen the continuity in the archaeological data for last 10,000 years, the continuity in the genetic history for last 10,000 years, and there's also continuity in the complexion or the appearance of people for last 10,000 years. So this is the kind of research that we did. And I will not, read all this, but what is important here that the kind of research that we have initiated, this is very, very important for the archaeological development in the country. And the future generation now, the future generation of archaeologists, they will have to follow this type of rigorous scientific methods for analyzing the data. And there is no other way. In fact, we have a lot of archaeological data available. We know the different events that happen, in fact, in different cultural periods. But that is not enough. In fact, knowing only events is not important. But the story behind that, if you want to dig out that story, if you want to reconstruct that story, then you have to analyze both, in fact, the artifactual data that is found there, and also the ecofactual data that is found, like the organic matter. So both have to be analyzed rigorously, scientifically, and then of course the data that is generated, information that is generated, that needs to be synthesized for the holistic reconstruction of any ancient period. And certainly, we can do that. And this is again, I would like to mention that this is a new research, a good beginning, very encouraging results. So now we want to pick up from that. So now we want to test more Harappan population. We want to test people from outside the Harappan region, and also people of different cultural phases also, so that we can establish the continuity through our research. And also we can talk at some stage about the composition of the population in different periods. So this is the kind of research that we have done. I would like to thank again the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I wish all the best for the Department of History and Archaeology in Ahilyabai Solapur University. And I'm sure that the young scholars working there, they will start developing this scientific temper in the department, and they will try to take the department to the next level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Professor Dr. Vasant Shinde, sir. A very illustrative talk on recent archaeogenetic research on peopling and early genetic dispersal in South Asia. We are grateful for your valuable time and enlightening address to a group of archaeology community for the closing ceremony of a gathering filled with vivacity and zeal. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on with the presidential remarks. Dr. Vikram, eminent educationist and prominent researcher in India, a man with a visionary approach in administration, a great motivator for progressive activities at our university. I request Professor Dr. Vikas Patil, sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor in charge, Punyashloka Ahilyadevi Holkar, Solapur University, for presidential remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Kamble Madam. Namaskar, good evening. For the valedictory function, Chief Guest, Professor Vasant Shinde, sir. Just he has given a very excellent talk on the recent archaeological things. Professor G.S. Kamble, Director, School of Social Sciences. Dr. Maya Patil, Madam, convener of this conference. The School of Social Science faculties, Dr. Prabhakar Kodekar, Dr. Prakash Vankade, Dr. Chincholkar sir, Dr. Kamble madam, and team members, faculty members, and resource person also present for this function, and the participant friends. At the outset, I appreciate and congratulate the convener and her team for organizing this one-day online international conference on recent trends and multidisciplinary approach in archaeology. We all know that the reputation as well as the grading of any institution or the university, it mostly depends upon the teaching and the research activities. Dear teachers, researchers, and scientists present for this veterinary function, all of us aware that the higher education in India is in the tremendous mode of the transition. Infinite new trends have been emerging. Society and other stakeholders have been expecting more and more the innovative strategies or of the learning and knowledge from us. And today, this conference have given a very good treat for the young researchers also. These expectations were from us being teachers, researchers, as well as the PG or the UG students. Why? Because we are an important part of this teaching and learning processes. That is, we need to play the very crucial roles during these days. Under these circumstances, the topic of today's conferences, that is the recent trends and multidisciplinary approach in archaeology, is an appropriate, I can say, on this function. And no doubt it carries a great influence during the present times. I congratulate once again the organizers for selecting the particular topic of the multidisciplinary approach and the thrust area for the discussion with aim to give the new dimension to the archaeology. So it is also good to hear that the resource persons from the abroad, these are basically present for this function, Professor Imami, Professor Nasir, Professor Neda. They have delivered the interesting talks on the archaeological things, as well as they have explored the multidisciplinary related to the archaeometallurgy. That is, they have explored the field emission scanning electron microscopes, various metals, and its composition analysis through the energy dispersive spectroscopy. So these things are very good to learn the new researchers who are working in the particular field, basically the multidisciplinary fields. As far as the today's scenario is concerned, the present research activities, basically they are concerned with the knowledge-based as well as the value-added development in the area of the archaeology. Recently, this Professor Vasan Shinde sir, he has explored its talk, and it gives the not only the knowledge, but it is a value-based knowledge in the particular field of the current topic of the conference. Archaeology has a great importance in these days due to its multidisciplinary approach. Not only the social science students they contribute to the field, but so it have a multidisciplinary approach. Means physics peoples, material science peoples, they also find the applications in these chemistry peoples also, because the Professor Imami, he explored that the various metallurgical things related to the archaeology by using the field emission scanning microscope and the IDEX analysis of and various metal composition analysis by using this, which are directly or indirectly connected to the archaeology. This is actually a multidisciplinary approach, no doubt. Recently, Government of India introduced new education policy 2020, and they also insisting us to and the multidisciplinary research and education. And recently, University Grant Communication, they have recently introduced the draft of the transforming the higher education into the multidisciplinary approach that they have suggested to do the multidisciplinary universities or multidisciplinary universities. Okay, and surely in future this draft will be accepted by the eminent personalities, and it will be implemented from the next academic year. And also in our university also promote this multidisciplinary approach in the research and the curriculum, various skill courses. So through our skill development center, we are running, and in that basically the main theme or main heart of this skill development center, it's a multidisciplinary approach. Various paramedical courses that are based upon physics, chemistry, then the archaeology, social science. Recently, the School of Social Science, they have, and Department of Economics, they have initiated one course. It is a data science related course. Basically, it is a computer and electronics, but they are now in the economics. So it is very good, the approach or example of the multidisciplinary approach done by the School of Social Sciences. So Department of AISC and A of the School of Social Sciences, they are also playing very vital role in the growth of our university. They have very excellent archaeological museum, and they have received the very good fund from, there is more than 1 crore fund from the RUSA Maharashtra. So I'm hopeful that deliberations in today's conference, so it will prove useful for further study to the teachers and research scholars. They are working in the particular area. Surely it will open up the new discussions, give new dimensions to the particular topic, and finally it will contribute constructively to the development of our nation as well as the university. At the end, let me thank organizers for inviting me to present my views in this presidential remarks during the well-read function. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Vikas Patil, sir, for your valuable remarks and appreciation of our initiative. Before moving ahead for a vote of thanks, I request the dignitaries, please turn on your web camera for a group photo. Thank you so much. We have now reached the end of the valedictory function. There is an end to everything, but we believe there is a never end, but always a beginning. I request Dr. Prabhakar Kolekar, sir, to offer a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Tejaswini. Good evening and namaskar all the dignitaries and the honorable research person, Professor Dr. Vasant Shinde, sir, a non-archaeologist, international known archaeologist, Dr. V.P. Patil, sir, IC Pro Vice Chancellor of our university, Dr. J.S. Kamble, sir, Director, School of Social Sciences, Dr. Maya Patil, Madam, Head of Department of Ancient Indian History, Culture and Archaeology Department, Dr. Arvind Chincholkar, sir, Head of Mass Communication Department, Dr. Prakash Onkade, sir, Economic Department, and dear participants from the various parts of India and outside of India. I'm very happy to share that near about more than 100 students and participants registered their name for this seminar. So, and more than 35 students from the outside of Maharashtra. So in this today's online seminar, we invited so many resources from the outside of India. In the first session, Professor Dr. Veena Mushrif, Madam, delivered her talk on the archaeology and anthropology, the correlation between archaeology and anthropology. In the second session, in inaugural session, our Vice Chancellor, Madam, gave their presidential speech, and the guest of honor is the Mr. Revan Vikram Singh from the Swami Vivekananda Center for Culture in Colombo, Sri Lanka. the two research persons from the Iran, Dr. Amim Imami and Nasir Eskadan, both the research persons delivered the nice talk and insightful inputs to develop our research knowledge, and this is very useful for our teacher, researcher, and student. I think this seminar, in which approach we started, our department head, our director, and me and my other colleagues sat together and discussed some of the issues related to the multidisciplinary approach and recent trends in archaeology. Although we are new into the archaeology compared to the Deccan College and Banaras Hindu University, but in the last 25 years, we doing best as per my knowledge. We are doing we conducted 3 excavations in our area. We participated along with the Deccan College into the Shuuru excavation. We also conducted the exploration camp into the surrounding area of the Sholapur and the Usmanabad. This is very useful for our student and researchers to and create the awareness between the students and the common people related to the archaeology. So in the last few years back, we signed the MOU with the Deccan College, and Professor Vasant Shinde sir also always guided us to the construct and doing the good research work into the archaeology domain. Dr. Maya Patil madam heading this department, and because of her efforts, we established the nice small museum in our university. So this is one of the best example for the college students and the researcher to participate this kind of archaeological activities, and practical knowledge we produced the students from our department. So I'm very thankful to all the research person from the behalf of the School of Social Sciences. In the first session, I'm also thankful to the Veena Mushrif madam, and the second sessions research person Dr. Imami and Dr. Nasir sir, and the third inaugural session research person Dr. Vikram Singh, and the last sessions Professor Dr. Vasant Shinde sir, who gave the enlightenment speech and insightful remarks to increase our confidence and our knowledge into the archaeological domain. I'm also thankful to our directors who always cooperate us to conducting this kind of academic programs. I'm also thankful to our Vice Chancellor madam, and he always motivate, inspire us to organize this kind of academic deliberation. I'm also thankful to our School of Social Sciences, all the faculty members, Dr. Prakash sir, Dr. Chintroka sir, Dr. Rupesh sir, Dr. Vasquez sir, and Dr. Mandlik, Dr. Tejaswini, Naneshwari, Dr. Naneshwari madam, Devkar sir, and Naneshwar, and all the participants from the various schools, and all the dear students who gave the enormous response to success this event. I'm thankful to all the participants from the outside of India and the outside of this university for the success this event. I'm also thankful to the IQSSL for the supporting, for the technical support and the administrative supports. I'm also thankful to our registrar sir, finance officer sir, and the administrative staff of university to success this event. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Shinde sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Patil sir, thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Patil sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.